Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
Did I get that dirty somehow? One second, I'm gonna clean off my camera. I might have dirtied the lens somehow. This won't hurt a bit, just don't worry. I say somehow as I'm looking at this lens and it's like covered in dust because I don't clean it. Holy shit, look at that camera quality. Wow. Wowee. That's like a whole different ball game right there. How's it going, everybody? I just finished a 24-hour challenge. I'm late because I was telling a friend all about NGU Idol and was like, wait a second, I'm supposed to be eating chicken right now. What am I doing? And then I picked up my chicken that I had already cooked that was just sitting on the table for 10 minutes while I talked about NGU Idol. But I have good news. We have cleared into the Evilverse. We have gotten our first piece of loot from there. It is about 50% stronger than what was being looted at the place that's 2 orders of magnitude weaker. And because of the fact that farming enough copies of an item doubles its power level, that means that the item that I currently have is better. But, you know, hey, 50% higher base. Wow, that camera... It's so funny. I'm blaming the aphantasia. It's not aphantasia. It's just... Well, it could be, but I don't think it's aphantasia. But I don't pay enough attention to visual quality, and I do notice when I fix things, and that looks way better. Now, does it look way better than it did yesterday? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I do have aphantasia. But it looks way better than it did just a second ago, and I think it looks good. So since I think it looks good, it probably looks better than it did yesterday. So, hey, Umber Witcher and Live Forever Never. It does sound very foul. But tasty. I actually didn't eat the whole thing because I ended up getting bread and chicken. And so I only ate about half the chicken because I just was like mauling dinner rolls for breakfast. I'm not opening Metaphor. That's not what we're doing. Metaphor also going great. We were having a great time with that yesterday. Me and my wife. Great game. Very well put together. Very well assembled. It's been a good time. I did not patch the game, and I did not check the patch notes. I didn't do either of those things. So, we're going to go take a look at both of those things. So, I don't know why I'm looking at Let's Play. Oh shit, I'm supposed to be sharing the link in the Let's Play. Well, yeah, okay. I'm like, why am I going to Let's Play? What is this channel for? What do I need to do here? Why did I automatically just go here? Let's see. Pick a number 1 through 5. Oh, I didn't see the roll. Okay, it's on a different part of the thing. You know what? I'm just going to pick a number between 1 and 5 because I wasn't told to roll during the thing. So I'm going to say 3. I'm just saying the word 3. Let's see. Got a sword in a Dragon Ball game? You can tell that I didn't watch anything other than Dragon Ball Z, and only like for a very specific period of time because I'm like, swords in Dragon Ball? I keep seeing like concept art and stuff like that with swords involved, so I know that they involve swords at some point. We're clicking on Stable Maw Release because that allows us to check when it was last updated. So they added a convenient link directly to the latest version that I just don't even use because I'm a hipster. It's not because I'm a hipster. It's because I like to see when the last update was, because I like commenting on it at the start of stream. So I think the like update cycle that they do is so fast. It's like legitimately very impressive to me. I can't actually see chat right now. Let's pull it back up. Trunks probably did have one. I don't remember Trunks. Trunks was like the very tail end of when I was watching DBZ. The very, very tail end. Let's see. I guess one of the... Can you spoil Dragon Ball Z? Probably not, right? Like Dragon Ball Z is like way too much in the cultural zeitgeist. One of the Trunkses probably had a sword. When in the green, any regeneration effect is 3 times faster. That's interesting. So yesterday, item seeding was done, and gem value was changed yesterday. So the big change for it, you know, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Let's see. So in the green, any regeneration effect is 3 times faster. I have very good news, which is that for the median viewer of my channel, there is not enough time left in your life to actually get caught up on Dragon Ball Z. My median viewer is about my age, and I can tell you, if I wanted to re-watch the Dragon Ball series all the way through to the point where I just spoiled, you know, I'm not going to say I'd be dead by the time I finish, but might be hard. How have you avoided learning anything about Dragon Ball Z? It's like all over the place. It's like a worldwide phenomenon. It's like not knowing about soccer. It's not really quite like not knowing about soccer. Unless you live in Mexico. If you live in Mexico, I feel like it's like not knowing about soccer, but... Hey, Malakith. Yeah, I watched a decent amount of Dragon Ball as an adult. I mean, you know, that's fair. That's fair. That'll do it. That'll do it. I mean, it'll do it as long as you're younger. I guess I have no idea how old you are. You're probably not my median. You're probably not the median viewer. Because then it would be 20 years ago. Yeah, that's right. Also, so the other thing to bear in mind, is that Dragon Ball Z was very of my time. So for someone who's younger, like 100%, like why would you know about Dragon Ball Z? Because Dragon Ball Z stopped by the time you were born, right? Like there's a big difference. Dragon Ball generally, sure. Dragon Ball Z, you know, less. So, yeah, a decade is a pretty big deal when it comes to popular media like that. Like Dragon Ball is still big, but there was a big gap too, right? Like I think Dragon Ball was ended around the time that I stopped watching. I think that it maybe went on for another year or so, and then it stopped, and then it started back up again recently. So there's like a whole generation of people that would have skipped having any new Dragon Ball coming out, right? I don't know any of the new stuff. I don't even know how like the original Dragon Ball Z. I don't know how the original Dragon Ball ended, and I don't know how Dragon Ball Z ended. I don't know how either of those ended. I was watching Dragon Ball for a while, but I eventually fell off because it's like this is so much. There's so much here. Oh, let's see. What was I doing? Right, we're going to do Arena today. So we should potentially train. We're getting pretty high up there. pretty high up there. A second. Somebody's sending a message right as I'm starting up stream. How dare they? Somebody's sending me another message while I'm ignoring their messages. No, that's a different person. Let's see. There need to be more. I think the D&D style games need to lean more into the anime styles of Magic systems. Highest level map? We need to do the arena. We're like so far behind on the arena right now. You have no idea how far behind we are in the arena unless you were watching yesterday, in which case you know exactly how far behind we are in the arena. You all couldn't possibly know the things that are public knowledge from like 24 hours ago, less than 24 hours ago. Excuse me. One of the things that's kind of funny about having acid reflux is that, like, I'm always aware of it in public. I became more aware of it during COVID, obviously, because during COVID it was a real big issue. I mean, COVID's still up, but when people actually were paying attention to COVID, there was a dynamic where, like, I was, like, kind of... Oh, you're level 234. Are we less far behind than I thought? The last ones were level 184. Wait, what? You know, we might just die here, actually. I think we might be in trouble. We have multiple paralyzers. We have nobody who can pick anybody up, so this is probably going to go great for me. Okay, we're actually not that far behind, by which I mean we're now ahead? Question mark? Because those are 10 levels ahead of us in level. I guess they're not 10 levels ahead, because we have like 8 levels worth of XP. Let's see. Oh, but yeah, I do think that it would be nice to have more... You want me to do my highest level map? That would be pretty funny. I can't do the war camp map because it's an area that I haven't been to, and I don't want to waste the initial spawn. Dwarf compound. We have Arathian sewers. Level 178. Oh, they have a chance to ignore status resistance. That's fun. Let's see here. We could plow through that. I could get there in the sewers. That is a thing that I could do. Let's take a look at the other ones. I also want to check which zone I need to get experience in. Don't I have a... There we go. Pirate Stronghold, Passage into Regna. Oh, I have a very, very low-level version of Watchtower 6. We need to do a Might and Magic 8 thing. No, I did exactly what I was told to do, and I picked a number between 1 and 5. Oh, shit, that was also a highlighted message? It wasn't highlighted on the other thing. Shit. Wait. I was looking at a different screen, and it didn't show it up correctly. Okay. That's a 1. So what, I'm supposed to use one crafting gem? Is a cube a gem? What am I supposed to use a crafting gem on? I max everything out when I use them. What is that? I think I'm gonna make the executive decision that crafting cube is a gem. This is a type of gem. It's a multifaceted stone. This is 100% a gem. It's 100% a gem. I'm not gonna waste my crafting gems just because chat wants me to. Excuse me. Excuse me. Who do you think you are? Chat? We've gotten there. We've gotten to the thing that I will refuse to do. Which is use an item slightly more suboptimally than I would have otherwise used it. Or maybe more optimally, honestly. Hard to say. Okay. I think we're going to... We should clear out some of these low-level maps, honestly. This says 50% increased bosses. Let's do it. I'm just going to jump in here. We're going to clear out some... Oh, God. Oh, no. It's the most cursed... I was thinking this was Tunnels to Yifal. This is the most cursed dungeon. It's fine. Okay. We should be able to clear through this absolutely trivially. They're super low level. Actually, we'll get so many low-level crafting gems here. Maybe we could use a low-level crafting gem. Where are you fighting? And I don't have to worry about ensuring I get the kills or anything. It's easier. Right. So let's check the items. Got something over here. We got some plate. Just for funsy. Okay. So you are going to... You know what? I'm not going to worry about your own devices. Alright. Let's clear these out. Okay. I don't get experience when any creature kills another creature, right? It's only when my summons kill another creature? It'll be very funny if I don't actually need to get the last hit. And I've been doing this entire run with the presumption that I need last hits that I don't need. Okay. Let's go up. Somebody's fighting somebody. I will loot this before I leave. Okay. We're gonna go up here. There's some gogs downstairs. Yeah, there's nothing of interest up here. We are gonna just jump down. I love the dodge. We're gonna get so many dodges now. Alright. Got shiny objects. We have regenerating Magog here. Yeah, I was intending to actually get a bunch of progress. And I really should, especially if I'm planning on doing the escaping the Pantheon on Halloween. Now we just clear through all of these. There we go. This is a nice chill experience when you weak. How dare you? How dare you? Alright. Can I just jump up there? Alright. Okay, so somebody's dying over there. Progress, though? Exactly. We don't need progress today. We got all the progress yesterday. We're not on a timer here.
But a scrap, no match for me.
Anyone know offhand when the Canadian elections are? Oh, are you fighting each other? Okay, well, neither of you are hostile to me, so I can ignore you. I would imagine it's not going to be relevant. Yeah, I have now identified the target of my Secret Santa operations for this year, which is very exciting, and I must be very circumspect about it because anyone could be watching this. It's actually very funny. Like, when I've never really done much with like Secret Santa type stuff, and one of my family members suggested that we do Secret Santa this year, and I was like, oh, that sounds like a great idea, actually. Because like as I'm thinking about it, I'm realizing like coming up with gift ideas for like 10 people is like a huge pain in the ass, and like not that interesting. The idea of being like, oh, I have like a person that I need to like
No match for me.
figure out a gift for with a very specific set of parameters. It's like, okay, we just like turned this into a game that I am in on. I like this I'm behind this idea. This is now something I'm invested in. Let's go. I don't know if I can get back up there that way, but we're gonna take the long road. We're gonna do the lazy jump rather than do the marginally harder jump. Honestly, marginally is an understatement.
Tis but a scratch. Ow!
Inconsequentially.
Ow!
Inconsequentially harder, maybe.
Ow!
Alright. So we're basically gonna just clear our way through here. Get some crafting stuff. We're not gonna get blown up by our allies. Oh, we got a Swapper Magog and a Puller at the same time. Oh, that's interesting. Well, if you have motion sickness, this might be a problem for you. So I'm going to make an attempt to get out of here because I'm getting motion sick, getting teleported to random locations and random facings and then getting dragged. Right, where's the Swapper? Here's the Swapper. Didn't actually help me. I need to... Here's the thing. I can't actually focus down either the Swapper or the Puller, really, because I can't actually... Oh, wow. Oh, did you pull me into the wall? Notice how the portrait was going green periodically? Okay, as long as I can clear out one of the two... Wait, did you... No, it didn't die. Oh, there's also a Swift Magog. That's fine. We have 3 bosses in this pack. Imagine this pack if we... This is a normal Magog. Where's the bosses? There's the... Alright. There we go.
No match for me.
Ooh, we got another map.
I can't identify them.
Even though this is a map, I still don't want to aggro the friendlies in here, so I'm just gonna ignore that one for now. This one I should be able to tag without any real risk. Because I thought that I had that setting on, but at some point in the recent past I actually did hit someone, and I haven't changed the value since then, so I think that...
No match for me.
Just one random dog in a corner. I'm just gonna pop over here so we can save, because I think we're able to get in the green over here, right? Yeah. So we got in the green again. Let's save this under danger, because this is such a dangerous dungeon. We're in so much danger. It's so funny how little damage the Warlocks do to these things. Alright, we're going to pop over here. Okay, we're in the green. Perfect. And we will pop down here. And let's see, we need to do a Might and Magic 8 dungeon, right? That's what we've got on our agenda for now. I'm really impressed with that map change decision. That was such a good idea. That was such a good idea. Making the maps only, like, on insane mode, because you can't, like, farm anything. Having the maps only drop at level 300 makes just so much sense. It's just, it's such a perfect idea. It's like, oh yeah, well, if you can handle the level 300 map that dropped, then you can get the loot from that map. It also means that the maps become more, like, generically valuable in the end game, where every map that you get is a late game tool that has value. It's such a good. It's just a good. It's a good. It's a good call. It's a good idea. So, like, you'll get a bunch of maps fairly early, and then you'll only be able to use them when you get strong enough to use... How dare you. Literally dodged my jump attack. Was there an enemy up here that I missed? How did I not notice you? Wasn't I at the green up there? Oh, did it like warp out of bounds? Did it fall down to here? And then when I got close to it again, it warped out of bounds. I warped because it was out of bounds back to its spawn point. I think that's what happened. Yeah, one of the things I like about this mod is that there's like a lot of creative decision making with regards to like certain. There's some very clean solutions that I really appreciate, and that's one of them. That's one of them where it's like there's a lot of like there's a lot of trade-offs in design,
anymore.
but you don't have to work exclusively with trade-offs. Sometimes you do a thing and it doesn't just fix the problem, it also helps a different thing be better. And those are like those are the best kinds of like creative decisions. It's not like it's figuring out how to make a change that's kind of just like a win-win, where it's like, oh yeah, this is good in some... Wait, did I get swapped with one of the warlocks? Is that warlock a swapper? That's so funny. Okay. Okay, we got disease. I was concerned there for a moment because I was like, wait, why am I in the red after I just cleared these? It's like, oh, because the little one logged up behind you. Okay, so we're gonna push on. Did I clear up? Wait, is the reason that I thought that because I'm a dope and that was a totally different room? That might have been a totally different room. Doesn't matter. We'll get there via this route. I think this route also will wrap around to it. But that's not correct. We're not trying to leave. That is funny though. We could, in theory, skip the Barrow Downs. Like, we could bypass interacting with the dwarves by getting a map that's in Nyon. Similar to what we were thinking about doing with the other thing. There's a long chain of maps here that's connected to Nyon that we could do before getting access to Stone City. I don't know why you would. I can't think of a particular rule set that you would want to do that for, but one could in theory. Is it nap time yet? I'm not actually tired, I'm just yawning. I'm not actually tired. I feel pretty well rested, actually. Went to sleep around midnight. Woke up at 6 o'clock. That's 6 hours of sleep. I'm old enough to have 6 hours of sleep be a totally reasonable amount of time to sleep.
No match, 'tis but a scratch.
That is a lot of friends.
No match for me.
Okay, concerning. Take all these out. We're gonna have so much gogwood on us after this. We should probably sell our gogwood after this.
There's no room.
I can't fit
This is gonna be
anymore.
filling our entire inventory. We're just gonna be chock full of blood.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I haven't been doing the 3 hours a night thing for quite a while. When I was in high school,
There's no
There's no
room.
room.
I can't fit anymore.
that was fully my life. Man, I don't know how it is today, but when I was a kid, like, insomnia was very much not treated as a serious consideration. I had all sorts of problems in school, and they tried finding any number of things to blame for it. And damn, man, like, I've never been as sick as I was every day I had to wake up to go to high school. Like, people would talk about the fact that, like, teenagers have to get up early, and how it's bad that teenagers have to get up early, but they wouldn't talk about, like, how that's not the same for everybody, and that for insomniacs it's actually real bad. Because it's like, oh yeah, you know, the average teenager needs more than, you know, 6 hours of sleep a night, so it's kind of a problem. It's like, okay, well, I haven't slept in 2 days because every time I try to sleep, someone forcibly wakes me up and then sends me to detention, which prevents me from sleeping again. So, like, fuck off, maybe. Just leave me alone. You know, it's just a slight. It's a slight difference. It's a slight difference. But yeah, I haven't. Luckily, I haven't had to deal with that as an adult, because even when I was working a whatchamacallit, even when I was working at a in retail, like, it just isn't the same, right? In some ways, I was sort of like uniquely suited for it, because it's like, oh, you want me to do a 15-hour shift after having just gotten off of a 10-hour shift a couple hours prior, because I'm basically like closing the store and then opening the store. You want me to do that? I can do that. Like, that's not a thing that is unusual for me. And, yeah, I was tired, but it was only a 48-hour period I was dealing with that. I wasn't dealing with that for 3 months at a time. It's like basically like, it's a big difference. The way that it's not really discipline, right? Like like being an insomniac has like legitimately nothing to do with discipline. You can sit in bed for 5 hours and, you know, be very disciplined about it. That doesn't mean you're going to fall asleep. You know, there's some things you can do with discipline to like help mitigate the symptoms of insomnia, but you're only mitigating it a bit, right? Like, I guess for people who have like fairly minor insomnia that they drift into and out of, like where they can get away with like really bad sleep habits. Like if someone has bad sleep hygiene generally because they don't generally need to worry about it, then yeah, sure, like skill issue when they when they engage in a bunch of random activities over the course of 2 weeks straight that prevents them from sleeping because they've badly scheduled their time. But you know, I don't feel like that describes too many of the people that I've met who actually deal with insomnia on a day-to-day basis. So we have one item there that has a thinger.
Who needs it? Junk. Junk.
I also don't know too many people who have insomnia like mine, though. Like, I'm fairly lucky. I haven't interacted. One of the things that's actually very interesting, I think, is that, like, in a lot of the cliques in high school that had... Because the cliques were very, like... In my high school, the cliques were not, like, super large. They were just kind of, like...
Don't touch the merchant.
General trends. I could be understating it, honestly, because, you know, incredibly charming and gregarious. So I'm pretty much able to invade any space that I wish to be in and navigate that social environment.
We don't need this. We don't need this. Let's leave
And
it behind.
that's kind of a joke, but also kind of not a joke. It's not like I was not part of any of the cliques in high school because I was a foreigner.
Ah, it's useless.
As a Floridian in that
It's
town,
useless.
it was roughly the equivalent of if I was like literally a Singaporean. Like straight off the boat. I guess it would be a plane getting into Minnesota. But yeah, like it was a
Come back soon.
so I wasn't really in any of them, but I was adjacent to a lot of them. And one of the things that is interesting is that the people who actually had... But here's the thing. I'm actually not sure if this is the case. So the people that would talk about sleep deprivation and not having slept in a long time would be the geeks and the nerds. But I'm curious about this. I'm actually not sure if that's because they were actually experiencing it more, and there's an actual correlation there where like there was a degree of social alienation that came as a result of that, or vice versa, because the kinds of things that you do when you are an insomniac are different because you're up later. But the so you're basically, if you're up when other people are not awake, then it changes the kinds of things that are available to you at any given time. So there's an easy way to see a world where there could be an association between those two things. But one of the other things that I'm very curious about is I'm curious if part of the thing there was more that the mainstream like social spaces just didn't really tolerate might be the wrong word, but kind of like didn't tolerate talking about uncomfortable subjects, of which like
Touch the merchandise.
you know physical
Come back.
maladies like that would definitely count. So I'm curious if it's not that they experienced it less in those circles, but that they simply talked about it less because it wasn't as socially acceptable for them
Come back
to
soon.
talk about those kinds of things. Because I do think that I had several conversations with people who were in the more like, I don't know, I don't know like these kinds of culture groups that well, but like maybe like the preppy kids, I don't know. But like I remember talking to some of the more preppy kids and realizing that like, oh, you don't talk about this, but you are very similar to this other group in a lot of ways. Like you as an individual have a lot of similarities to the kinds of problems and issues that this other person has. But it's not conventional for you to talk about it. People have very unconventional conversations. They certainly did when I was in high school. I feel like these days I'm a lot less of a unique snowflake in that regard. I think that people have become more tolerant and accepting of conversation more generally now, but when I was a kid, it was not typical for people to, certainly not people in my school environment, to talk about just kind of like the random shit that goes on that isn't like part of the sort of like accepted like cultural zeitgeist. So like, you know, if you're talking to like the Yu-Gi-Oh kids, there's like a certain thing, there's like a certain culture there where you're allowed to talk about these certain things. The theater kids have the things they're allowed to talk about and things like that. But like there was a huge amount of overlap between a lot of those groups, and the the dynamic there is one of, like,
We can outfit you.
just kind of interesting. It is very funny, actually, that, like, the gamer kids and the punks were kind of in the same group.
Rarities from across
I think that that's very funny. Because, like, it's hard to imagine anything less punk than gaming. Certainly the gaming of the time. Though I guess at the time, punk might have already had its decline, right? Like, to a degree, I feel like punk has declined a lot, right, in cultural relevancy. But I don't know the details on this. I shouldn't talk about cultural trends that I'm intensely unaware of and only familiar with because of watching a couple of video essays. Yeah, I don't know. The hippies have always been kind of sus to me, and they can. It's not exactly a surprise that the hippies became the yuppies. You know what I mean? Like,
business was a pleasure.
you know, that's a thing you could probably see coming. I think I actually watched a video essay about that exact phenomenon, the transition of the hippies into the yuppies, and how small an actual transition it required in order to make that change.
Business.
There's a lot of overlap. I feel like to a large degree, like, hippie culture has a lot in common with poverty tourism.
We can outfit you.
Because it was to a large degree, you know, a bunch of rich college students, like, pretending they weren't rich college students. And, like, if you look at the queer communities today, there's some similarities in terms of, like, the like, with regards to, like, polyamory and stuff like that. Like, there's, like, actual there's ways that you can do those things safely, and you kind of have to look at the queer circles if you're going to look for ways to do it correctly. And even then, you're not, like, guaranteed to find, like, an actual healthy, you know, thing.
Rarities from
Like,
across the land. Business was a
you know, I'm monogamous, but, like, politically I am more, like, what's the word? I generally think that, like, monogamous culture, like monogamy culture, is kind of like a cursed thing,
rarities
right?
from across the land.
And just because something is a cursed thing doesn't mean that you just can anyhow abandon it, right? Like, for someone growing up in the, you know, the history that I have grown up with, like, I don't have any interest in, you know, the kids these days are doing their polyamory, and that's fine for them, and, like, you do your thing. I'm happy that you're doing it. Couldn't be me. I couldn't imagine dealing with the dating scene ever again. Thank you very much. But the issue with that is that, like, most of the time polyamory is just, like, a component of, like patriarchy. So, like, you have to actually work kind of hard to prevent it from just being, like, a weird patriarchy thing all over again. And I don't know that the hippies ever really dodged that bullet. I don't know that ever really happened. So... where are we going? We have the Regna dungeons. Let's do the Regna dungeons. Let's start actually getting Rainbow Gathering. No, I don't know what Rainbow Gathering is. That's not a term. That's definitely not a term I've ever heard in any of the spaces that I've been in, I don't think. Like, the funny thing is that I don't even have any idea what it would mean. Like, usually when I hear a term, I can go like, oh yeah. So I would assume that... I mean, isn't that just... like... I guess they're usually on a lawn. I was gonna say, isn't that just hippies just generally? But no, I guess they're usually on a lawn. Well, the thing that's interesting about the hippies is that they weren't really into anything particularly wild. That's actually the thing that's most interesting about the hippies, is that they just didn't do anything that was that, like... I just realized that we have a literal Lloyd's Beacon to the exact position that we wanted to be in. That they weren't radical. They like, there's nothing about them really that was particularly radical. The problems that there were in hippie communities were the same kinds of problems that you run into in, like, basically any other straight white social group. Like, that's the thing, is that they weren't really very different. They just had, like, a cool aesthetic, right? It's why they so easily transitioned into the yuppies. Let's see. Is this like a current thing that people are doing? Is this a current thing hippies are doing? Because like some of the hippies were really based, right? Like, I think, was George Carlin a hippie? I think George Carlin might have been a hippie. He was at least like hippie adjacent. Huh.
No match for me.
So just like a bunch of hedge fund managers just like meet up together in a forest.
We don't need this. Let's leave it behind.
That's actually very funny to think about. Like, the only modern hippies I can think of are... God, what's that, like, total loon's name? He recently went on a right-wing grift campaign. He's like the archetypal hippie. Complete with the yuppie arc. God, what is... Except, I guess he never really became a yuppie exactly. But he still has, like, all of the political behavior of a yuppie while retaining the aesthetic more of a hippie. What is his name? I feel like he had a very memorable name. And, like, every time someone mentions him by name, I know who they're talking about. but I don't know. No, not Vermin Supreme. No, he has a memorable name, but not like a particularly odd one. He like sells crystals and works for the Russian government or something like that. I think he just recently had like a massive like sexual assault accusation or series of accusations brought against him. But yeah, like he's like the only guy that I can think of who like has the aesthetic of a hippie, and he always like rubbed me way the wrong way. Because like you just don't see modern hippies because they all turned into yuppies. Is Russell in his name? Is it Jack Russell Terrier? I think it might be Jack Russell Terrier who I'm talking about. That I'm pretty sure that's his name. His name is Jack Russell Terrier. I'm just slandering dogs now. I'm just slandering dog breeds. Just catching strays. I don't know if his name even has Russell in it. I think it might.
No match for me.
But I don't know. Yuppies are basically former hippies. They're basically hippies who became hedge fund managers. That's my understanding of what a yuppie is. Right? It's someone who had this, like, you know, anti-establishment air while they were in college, and then the second that they got out of college, they immediately went and started arresting black people and running hedge funds and doing all the shit that they were complaining about their parents doing. Those are the yuppies, as far as I know. Is that, like, accurate? Probably not, because it's a term that means something, probably, right? But... that's the vibe that I've gotten over my life as to what a yuppie is. And there's different degrees of it, right? Like... the hippies who are on Fox News is definitely... like, if a hippie is on Fox News, they're almost certainly a yuppie. I feel pretty clear in saying that.
Let's leave it behind.
Okay, I forgot to do that.
Sorry.
My path
Ooh, you know how you can really tell the yuppies? Okay, here's my definition of yuppie. Okay, a yuppie is a hippie who feels very concerned about all of these, like, you know, college students protesting genocide right now. That's a yuppie. That person right now, the person who's like, oh, you know, these college students shouldn't be, you know, doing this. They're very, very wrong to do this. Those people who were former hippies who then go on to say shit like that, yeah, that's a fucking yuppie. That's a yuppie right there. Is it really? Again, I don't know. I don't know what the term means, but that's, in my head, that's what a yuppie is. that is the arc that I associate with them. And this is to oppose them to the Jack Russell Terriers of the world. Right, the Jack Russell Terriers of the world, which is definitely the person's name. I definitely know who they are. I definitely remember them. But Jack Russell Terrier is, I think, still aesthetically a hippie and is not a yuppie. Now, does he go on Fox News and promote, you know, the rise of fascism to cover up his sexual improprieties? Yes. Is that very yuppie coded? Yes. But because he's retaining the aesthetic of the hippies... I don't know if we can call him a yuppie. I feel like we can. I feel like in order to be a yuppie, you have to adopt the, you have to adopt a less hippie-coded day job and general presentation in the world. I may or may not have relatives that I consider to be pretty yuppie good. I may or may not have some yuppies in the family. Rick and Morty didn't exist when yuppies were invented, okay? Yuppies been around, I think, since the 90s. Like, remember, the hippies were fucking boomers, right? Like, this is like, a yuppie is on their deathbed by now. It's not entirely true. But a yuppie, so like, in order to be a yuppie, you had to have been a hippie, and the hippies were in the 60s, right? Like, the hippies were in the 60s. So, like, I think they were in the 60s. They might have been in the 70s, but I think they were, like, a 60s thing, predominantly. So...
Sorry.
I could be wrong on that. I think that it was mostly a 60s thing. So if you were in college in the 60s, you had to be born in the 40s, which pretty explicitly makes them boomers, right? Like, they're pretty explicitly boomers. Whether they're like the front end or the tail end of the boomer generation, they're pretty much all boomers. Let's see. Damage.
Sorry.
My pack's full.
Sorry.
Okay, I actually did not. Master is commodity. Okay. I got very confused for a moment. I, for a moment, thought you were calling me our master, and I was choosing to ignore it because the psychic damage that I was receiving in my head was like, I don't know what this sentence is about, and I'm confused, and I'm not sure who our master is in this context, and I'm just not gonna this doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what we're talking about. Yes, the master is the monk. Gotcha. Doing pretty good, actually. 18% is pretty solid. Considering that, like, they're not exactly decked to the gears. Decked to the gears. They have a lot of speed, but not, like, a lot of might. Like, their might is way lower than everybody else. No, it's endless Egendaries because it has to alliterate. And I thought it would be funny. And I was right, it's very funny to me. That was not a typo, I did that deliberately. Because that's just the kind of person that I am.
I can't carry anymore.
There's no room. There's no room.
I can't carry
There's no
anymore.
room.
I am at the age where, like, I think that the phenomenon that sort of, like, creates yuppies, like, it takes a thing like the hippies, which I hesitate to call a movement. I don't think it was, like, realistically a real movement.
There's no room.
There's no room.
But, like, that takes hippies and turns them into, you know, hedge fund managers.
There's no room.
I'm at the age
There's no
where
room.
that principal thing is happening to my generation, and it's an interesting thing because, like, I don't think that us millennials will ever be boomers. We're never going to have the kind of, like, cultural or political capital that the boomers
We got it.
have like a stranglehold on, and honestly have had a stranglehold on for their entire adult lives. But the but you still see some of the same kinds of like stuff. And one of the things that is most interesting, honestly, is that I do think that to a large degree there isn't as much of a difference between their politics back in the day and their politics now. It really is just like a lot of the ideas that they had were very bad from the start. It's just that they weren't, you know, as visible.
Ow.
Definitely not the last of the yuppies. There's plenty of those. Plenty of yuppies. Is his name Russell Brand? I think his name is Russell Brand.
Tis but a scratch.
Is Russell Brand the weird, like, hippie conspiracy theorist guy? Let's see if I got the name right. Yes. Let's go. Russell Brand, the last true hippie. We got there. We got there. But I will say though, the hippie aesthetic was pretty good. They had a good aesthetic. And also, like, you know, the hippies, you know, didn't want to be like... Also a bit of a yogi is not, like... that's... being a bit of a hippie, or being a bit of a yogi is very hippie coded. That's the most... Dabbling in being a yogi is the most hippie-coded thing in human history, I feel.
No
right?
I
That's
can't
gotta
get
be
no
the
room.
most hippie-coded thing.
There's no room.
A bit of a yogi. Was a stoner? People who like pot are just people who like
There's
pot.
no room.
There's no room.
I mean, people who like pot is just like most people. Like, I don't like pot, right? But like most people do. That's like that's a very mainstream position.
I can't fit
That's
in.
the thing about the hippies is they had very mainstream positions. It's just that like they had a very distinct aesthetic. Okay, never mind. Actually, screw hippies. I just like pot. That's amazing and honestly based. That's honestly based. Sticking to your guns and understanding what is the thing that drives us. That basic human desire. And I will say, to be fair, I do actually think that to a large degree, that was like pretty much the entire hippie philosophy as well. Like the hippie philosophy was just that they liked to get stoned. It's just that it was a specific group of people that wanted to get stoned, and I don't know if that specific group was necessarily the most healthy. But not because they like to get stoned, but for other reasons entirely. But, yeah. We're all somewhat of a hippie. Let he who is without hip cast the pursed ye. Yeah, I haven't seen the Cheech and Chong movies in a very long time. I'm sure that they are very... I'm not sure those movies would age well. I feel like they probably wouldn't. Probably wouldn't age super well. I could be wrong though. I don't know. I don't know anything about like their
weak.
careers since I was like 10, and I don't remember any of the actual contents of their movies because they had a bunch of them, right? I think like the basic gist of their movies was that they like to get
That'll
stoned,
be
right?
useful.
It's kind of like what is it? Is it Harold and Kumar go to White Castle? Like Cheech and Chong movies were basically that
It's useless.
like vibe, right? The like, dude, where's my car? You know, the White Castle thing. I never actually saw that one, so I probably shouldn't say that. But like, that's like the vibe, right? Is what are the other ones? Not quite American Pie. It's like the ones that came immediately after American Pie, where it was
It's
typically
useless.
about
It's useless.
Half Baked. Half Baked, I think, was one of them. It's the movie's about like, okay, well, we got stoned and or drunk and need to figure out how to do things. Not super relatable. Not super relatable to me in my life, but oh, there's a special base that dropped
Let's
in
leave
there
it
somewhere.
behind. We don't need this.
That's interesting. Why did the base of the sun drop in there? Wait, did they take the base of the sun? Was that a quest that we had? Huh.
Let's leave it behind.
Did we get that in... I don't know when we got that. Okay.
We could sell it. It's worthless.
Okay. Okay, we're going through.
Who needs it?
We're checking all the things. Oh! That's got a pretty good setup, honestly. Except for the fact, like, as a temporary setup?
It won't fit.
Like, if I do this, that is a massive, massive swing. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea. I'm just so full of good ideas. Okay, vampiric weapon.
Next. Junk. Who needs it?
Okay, next door is just like singing question mark? Making some sort of noises. I don't think they're yelling. It sounds vaguely melodic. It might be playing time. But before that, I take back everything positive I said about this mod and the design team. We didn't get a legendary in all that time. The stall time being like, you know, the 10 minutes that we just spent in that dungeon. This is unacceptable. And, you know, I disavow the entire design team. Screw you all, etc., etc. Terrible game, unplayable, etc., etc. This continues for some time. No, I do not consider this karma for finding like 15,000 legendaries over the last few days. 15,000 legendaries that I actually really needed. Let's see here. I started doing that bit yesterday. I find it very enjoyable. Just like,
Good luck sleeping.
because I got so much luck. The fuck just happened? Wait, did he say good luck sleeping? We broke the game. We actually broke the game, though. Unplayable, broken. That's actually really funny that this is like the one in where the good luck sleeping line is used, presumably because there's like a wild party going on or something, right? And then the game just fully crashes. It's like, you know what? I needed it. I needed it. I didn't get it. It didn't go quite as expected. It did not. Okay. We need to deal with the inventory boss. Yeah, our characters do kind of have pretty cop energy, not gonna lie. Just going around brutalizing everyone they meet.
Welcome. Welcome. A quiet room.
Everyone they see looks completely identical to them, with no distinguishable features other than what color the clothes that they're wearing are. They're a real problem. They're a real problem, these characters we've got here. This game is actually like a treatise on like the alienation that we all experience that makes us see other people not as truly like, you know, sapient, morally relevant beings, but instead as these not faceless, worse, faced, but all with the same face, automatons that we see before us.
Outfit you.
Not because that's who's standing in front of us, but because that's all that we can see of them, all that we perceive through our limited perspective. It's true. It's a true tragedy, and it's a great insight into alienation and the capitalist systems and settler colonial systems that have created that alienation. It's truly touching, and I ran out of bullshit to add, so.
I can't fit anymore.
We can outfit
But the thought was there. I'd be a high elf. Indeed.
I can't fit anymore.
Our axes are the best.
Okay. Let's go get to the mage place. Sell off some of this stuff. But I'm being better about looting everything in this playthrough with the hope that as I've transitioned into the late game it'll matter. But then again, how much of the late game am I actually going to do before I immediately wander off into insanity? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's not. It's probably not high. It's probably not. We're probably gonna like get halfway into the late game and then go, okay, well now it's time to dive into the higher difficulty because I cannot be bothered to invest in a lower difficulty. That's actually one of the issues that I run into in some games, is that like in games where the game doesn't let you play on the highest difficulty from the very beginning. This is very common in a lot of RPGs, honestly. There's an element there where I'm like, okay, well, I don't really want to invest into a into the late game of the hard mode, but then again, I also don't really ever replay it. So the hard mode being like not the hardest, but like the just like default hard mode or whatever. But then I'm never going to ever end up playing the actual hardest difficulty because it would require replaying the entire game, which I'm probably not going to do. So I end up just not investing as deeply into those games because they don't let me just start out torturing myself on the highest difficulty. And I understand why they do that. I don't actually have particular complaint about the decision to do that, because I do think that, like, it's very common for players to feel like they need to play on the highest difficulty. And then once they're on it, to feel like they can't like reduce the difficulty because of pride more than anything else, not because they're really enjoying the experience. I know this from like personal experience, right? This is a thing that I have had to struggle with, right? Is like I really enjoy difficult things. I like to
Business was a
I like to play games and stuff like that on harder difficulties because I enjoy the struggle. I get very bored if I'm having too easy a time. So, difficulty is a requirement. It's a it's a what is the word?
Our axes are the best.
It's the high difficulty is a accessibility tool for my ADHD, where in order for my ADHD to allow me to play through this 40-hour RPG, it had damn well better be hard enough to keep my interest. Because if it's not hard enough to keep my interest for long enough, then I'm just going to disappear. I'm not going to be able to keep at it for
Our
that long.
axes are the best.
So I think I might have to switch over to dual axes at some point, but probably not. We don't have enough items to make that reasonable. We don't have like the 5% thing. If we get enough of the 5% damage items, like 5% damage per enemy nearby, I think it'll make sense to potentially switch from the spear to dual axe, because the legendary effect is doing the job. It's doing it less efficiently, obviously, but it's if I have it spread across all the characters, then it'll get the job done pretty well. Especially because this is a pretty slow character, right? This character has a recovery time of 110, so like if I'm purging off one physical resistance with Severia every single attack, that's fast. Because Severia is at what, like 30 or something at this point? 23. Yeah, so we're getting about 5 times as many hits with Severia. So, yeah, Severia is very high damage. Does Severia even have that item right now? No, right? I don't think I have a copy of that item on her. I don't remember what it was on. Did I give it to you, maybe? I think I gave it to you, yeah. Attack reduces monster resistance. I could potentially. Nah, I kind of need. I need this. Well, I have that on you too, though, right? I would need to switch quite a lot of things out to make that work, but I potentially could make it work. Okay, what are we wandering over to now? It's 10:20. We have a ways to go. We think here. You're 60? Oh man. Man, we need to get her to Hermit's Isle. This is Arms Master Endurance. I'm still hoping for that double Arms Master item. Double Arms Master would really make my life very pleasant. Do I have a thing to make, though? I do. I have the ability to make a legendary out of it if I get one. Let's see. 10, 20, practically nothing at all. I don't know what I said that's a reference to. It's basically 0, right? It's basically the same.
rarities from across.
I'd make a physics joke, but it's not really in the same order of magnitude. I guess I could still make the joke.
I wish I could learn.
That'll be useful.
Look, if you assume that 30 is equal to 0... no, I didn't make the axe legendary. I equipped it, but I didn't make it legendary. I don't feel the need to actually make this legendary because my axes are going to be using resists, so I'd have to rewrite the whole thing.
Our axes
It's a very good axe to have right now, but it's not really a thing that matches with my endgame goals. Oh, well, when I said it's 10:30, it's literally 10:30. Oh, yeah. See, when I was reading the message, I was thinking 10 and 20. There's no difference between the two. Now I get it. Yes. You understood me. I didn't understand you. I see how this is. Yeah. The time doesn't matter as long as you don't look at the clock, right? So we finished up Regna. Let's go talk to some of the peeps here and turn in this quest. And do we turn in this quest or do we go back to 6? Let's go to 6. Let's be speedy with it. We have to go somewhere, right? I also haven't delivered the fake report. Devil's Outpost. Do we want to go to Creekspire next? Do we want to go to Creekspire next? Okay, go to Creekspire. So what's gonna happen? It's just Creekspire. No biggie. Let's go to Creekspire. Let's go to Creekspire. That's a good call. This is a great idea. Let's go ahead and go with Creek. Oh, we could go to Paradise Valley if we wanted. Do you want to go to Paradise Valley? I think I want to do Creekspire first, because Creekspire will give me... Are you only an Elder Master? Which promotion haven't I done? Did I not do the Elder? Did I not do the Monk promotion in 7? Oh right, I can't do Creekspire. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Do we have all the council quests done? We don't have the council quests all done. You know what? We will go to Paradise Valley just because I'm feeling lazy. At some point, I'm going to stop feeling lazy. At that point, I'm probably going to start up insane. If I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I'll probably start up insane rather than start paying attention to what I need for the sake of the plot. But that's beside the point. All right, let's immediately cast Fly, and we need to get away from these question mark. Or do we? No, we're not going to just take these. All right, we need to pop over to a location more suitable. Oh. That's a good point. I should probably turn in all these quests that I'm sitting on because I'm actually sitting on a ton of quests. We're gonna reload. I'm actually gonna start turning in all these quests. I have so many quests to turn in right now. It's like an unbelievable amount of quests. Like let's go to Freehaven. And the other, like, I'm so, like, lost. It's like I'm playing Elden Ring or something, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing in any of these plots. Okay. So, who is it? Slicker. Okay. It is funny that he just like explicitly tells us how to get this problem resolved. He's not exactly looking out for his own best interest here. We don't have a thing in Iron Fist, and I am lazy. I'm too lazy to do the thing, so we are going to go talk to this person. What quests do we have to turn in here? We have a shit ton over the course of a bunch of games, I think. Do I how many quests do I have done in 6 though? I might not actually have. Oh shit! This is not the right place. Whoopsies. Right. I forgot Freehaven is only kind of adjacent to Iron Fist. That was so funny. Just like walk into Mire the Damned. No biggie. No biggie. We're headed to Castle Iron Fist. And we can train here, probably. Yeah, that was the correct location. Yeah. That was the goal all along, was to get me to go to the wrong place. Remind me of the council. Be like, ooh, maybe you should go to Iron Fist and do the thing. It's like, yeah, it's just south of Freehaven. Oops, well, now that you're here.
All Master Nikolai Iron Fist,
Okay.
Prince and heir to the throne of Enroth.
Okay. So we already got the hero thing available, but we haven't completed it. Alright, let's see here. What am I doing? So we have this done. Okay, so Bartholomew Hume requires that we kill the High Priest of Ba. I had forgotten that quest existed entirely. Talia, Evermore Island, and Avley. Is it circus time? Is July the circus? Might and Magic 6 circus. April, August, December, so no. It'll be August soon, though. Let's put a beacon down so that we can get this kid to the circus. Let's see, we can train. Do we want to train before we talk to it? I guess we'll have to. Let's see. Do we really not have any Might Magic 6 quests to turn in right now? We have so many quests in the other games. Given that we're heading into really high-level areas, I think I'm going to turn in all my quests. I'm actually going to do the thing that I said I was going to do, which is make sure that I have my quests turned in, and we're gonna just do them all now. Especially because of the fact that we have maps in play. Do we have any followers? We have the Golem person. I don't know if we have all the Golem parts yet. I don't have the Golem quest completed. We don't have any young Irish lasses following us around. Let's see here. We haven't gone to Avley now. Let's see here. So we can't have done that quest. Stonehenges, no. The altar piece we can do right now. You know, I thought that we had more of these done. Oops, what did I just do? Teleported to the pit, imagine that. Okay. Going to Celeste. So in Celeste, we are going to the temple. Is the temple to the left here? Is that what this is? Yes.
Best care money can buy.
Okay, so we're entering the Temple of the Light. We're gonna just get this quest turned in. We actually, now that I think about it, we forgot to do a thing in the pit. We actually have one more dungeon yet to clear. It's actually wild how the Temple of the Light requires that we do... like, how far we have to go in the Temple of the Light. Okay, so what is it? Wait, how do I get up there? I could look at the map. Is it just something as simple as like sun, moon, stars or something? I think you have to do the 3, and then again, for some strange reason, you have to click the thing in the middle. And this seems like the kind of thing that they wouldn't want us to loot. They'd be like, oh, this is definitely a restricted area. This, like, secret compartment here. I love how the dark side equivalent of that is like, oh, go in there, and then in the first room, move the altar a little bit. Which one is it? There we go. Okay. Just want to make sure we have the right inventories open. Popping over to Celeste again. And we can go... Okay. Save the game under test. We're not in a dungeon anymore. Temple of the Dark. We dealt with you. We dealt with you. So Tolberti. Go back to the pit. And do we clear the pit? Yeah, it's just one. It's one enemy, so yes, we should do Tolberti now. Not you. It's usually it's not you. I think they're on the west side. They're either on the west side or the east side. Nailed it. Okay, we're saving. We're walking in here.
What lies ahead?
Hey, buddy. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Go. Got that 50% completion. We got our control cube. I think there's some items in here. There's like a scroll of resurrection. Yes, he did have a gun. He had a, specifically, he had a blaster. He had a blaster pistol. Yo. Yeah, it turns out that the good guys and the bad guys are all aliens. They're all aliens. And we're having a sci-fi standoff. Okay. So, wait, what did you do? Did I need to keep talking to you about blasters? No. So what is my quest with you now? I guess we're supposed to talk to the dude. So this entire series is about like sci-fi colonialism. Like it's like sci-fi settler colonialism. It's like it's a very weird like premise where like all these like seemingly like fantasy worlds are actually not fantasy. They're actually like places that this like sci-fi futuristic civilization was like colonized at some point and then like lost contact with. So these are like the colonies that they lost contact with a bajillion years ago. And then these people landed in a spaceship. They crashed their spaceship. And levels gained in Might and Magic 7. We have quite a few now. Let's go to 8. Yeah. Wait. Might and Magic is about aliens? Always has been. Always has been. Oh, I went back to the pit. Yeah, so like one of the things that's interesting about the Might and Magic series is that each game in the series kind of ends, well, between like 6 through 8, each one of the games in the series ends on the same note, which is basically like, oh yeah, actually, the devils that you're fighting aren't devils. They're like a biological weapon created by the ancients that went out of control and just started killing everybody and destroying the entire intergalactic network. And the reason they look the way they do is because they're genetically created weapons, and the people who made them presumably thought it would look cool to make them look like devils. Right? Like, that's... I'm pretty sure that's the basic gist. It's truly wild. I love it. Is that my headcanon? I think that's canon.
Join the party.
I'm pretty sure that's just canon. I don't think that that's headcanon. I don't think I made that up. I'm pretty positive that's just accurate. Is this the random conspiracy theory that I came up with while we were killing Gogs? Is that what happened? I don't think so. I think that no, I don't think so. I didn't come up with a conspiracy theory killing Gogs. This is just what no, this is reality. This makes the most sense to me. It is the only way that you could possibly explain this sequence of events that exists within the series. That's my position. Okay. So, to people asking if we're going to be going to the elemental plane soon, the answer is actually yes. Because I'm going to be turning in all these quests, which means that we won't have something to fall back on. Okay. Hey, Celestial. Okay, we have 16 levels that we've acquired, and those are going to be very useful for us when we actually apply them. So, okay. So, we're going to get the next thing that we have to do in this game is go to the 4 elemental planes, I believe, right? So we're mostly done with 8. Go to the Temple of Ba in Avli. We're not going to be going to Avli anytime soon because we have a bunch of stuff. So in 6 we can make our decision on where we want to go now. We should do the council quest for the Anki. Let's do that. So we're going to do Loretta's quest. Because now we can just teleport everywhere. So that's an easy task to do. You know, I just don't want to disappoint her by doing it slowly. You know, that's my big thing. Wait, no, I need to go to Kriegspire before I start this, right? Because there's a stable in Kriegspire, and there's a stable in. Ooh, you almost had me, Loretta, but no, I'm too smart to fall for your tricks. Okay, so we're going to. Do we want to go to Kriegspire next? Yeah, it includes all of the stables, and I forgot that the stables weren't all of these places, so... she almost had me, but she didn't have me. She didn't trick me. Do we Kriegspire? I kind of want to Kriegspire. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, let's do Kriegspire. Let's Krieg it up. Wait, Kriegspire? Like the Kriegen? Dun dun dun. Different spelling. But different etymology? Who can say? Alright. Is there... Can I train here? Doesn't matter, right? I just watch it. Alright. So I don't know how high these are. I guess it's probably not that high. We're 216 on the low tier, which is low. Jump up. We're gonna rotate around a bit. We're not going to just stand on the roof because it may or may not work, but I don't think we need to do anything super cheesy at the moment. We just need to balance our pack sizes, you know?
Seen one before.
You do about 18 grand, which is enough to knock out the novelty. It would be very hard for a Minotaur King to instigate. Orin would have to be real low to actually die instantly. Like real low, like less than 10% life, I think. No, I guess a high roll we could have like maybe up to like 20-ish% life, I think. Obviously, a boss is a different story. We're in the yellow still. Okay. This is so different than the last time we were in Kriegspire. Remember when we were in Kriegspire last, and we're just getting blasted by every Minotaur? Like, every single Minotaur was just, like, a lethal combat. The Kings have the ability to do lethal. The others really can't. Alright. You know, it does make me want to switch to Insane. It's just so relaxing. But if I switch to Insane, we're gonna be like in the middle of the run when I have to leave. You know, like I'm gonna be gone a few weeks. Yeah, it's just, you know, cancel my trip. Cancel the trip to finish Insane. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mom, not gonna see you this year, you know? It's no big deal, there's always next year, except when there isn't, because it turns out elderly parents are elderly and you never know. You never know. What, sacrificing what in this run? Because the choice is between if I start up an insane run, I'll be in the middle of the insane run when I have to leave the country. And if I just ended this run now and was like, I might come back to it later, that wouldn't be a problem for me. I have no reservations about ending a run midway. If I'm like going, okay, well I'm going to do a higher difficulty, like I don't have a super strong objection to that, especially since I've already cleared this difficulty before. So like, it makes a lot of sense to make the switch. The issue is that if I make that switch, then I feel like I'll be leaving people hanging for like weeks, right? Which, it's probably fine. It would be interesting to come back to it, but at the same time, it's like, I'll come back to the run and then I won't really have any idea what I'm doing. Which, to be fair, given how, lethargic I've been the last, week or so with regards to the run, maybe that wouldn't be that big of a difference, actually. It might be pretty similar. Oh, man. It might be pretty similar, actually. Okay, so if we were gonna do an insane run, what would be the changes that I would make to my party? The one big change, if I was going to make one big change to the party, the person that I would most want to change something about might be Sortira. People are getting stuck in the mid-game? Oh no! So that's going to be fixed by the time I come back. Like, whatever balance issues exist in it right now are going to be... Oh, okay, so that's intended. But if there are balance issues, the balance issues are going to start getting worked out by the time I get back. So... Ooh. Okay. I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So... I don't... See, now I'm realizing, wait, if I don't get in early, then I won't get the experience... I won't get to experience what it's like early. Okay, so hypothetically, if I was going to change this party, let's think about how we would alter this party. It's like we're back in Land of the Giants again. So, if we were going to change this party around, I feel like you don't think Minotaurs are a good idea? But the Minotaurs, just think of the crazy amount of resist I can get out of Minotaurs. Just think about that though. Have you put any thought into the Minotaurs give me dual 2-hit? Right, but how many enemies are there that do really strong physical attacks, I say, as I track the camera directly onto an enemy that does really strong physical attacks in the late game? But realistically though, how many enemies in the late game that are really dangerous hit your physical attack? 50, 60%? Maybe. It might be as few as 40% of enemies that have really powerful attacks are physical damage dealers. To be clear, the fact that physical damage is one of the really great late game threats is the reason that I am making... that is the joke. The joke is, in fact, that physical damage is very dangerous in the late game. Okay, so now hear me out, though. Now hear me out. What if we made an entire party of nothing but liches? And then we gave our enemies stitches. What if we simply made a party with 5 liches, and then we dove Murmur Woods, and then we waited for it to respawn, which is definitely a thing that will happen, and it hasn't been deactivated by the devs. We know that we can farm. We know farming is a thing that can happen. So what we do is we go straight to Murmurwood, and then we farm Murmurwood. I'm going to do nothing but bad ideas here. Yeah, I know there's no response. Again, that's the point. You're giving away the bit, okay? No, like, so we make... Though I am tempted to do an all-lich playthrough. I am actually tempted by an all-lich playthrough. I think that an all-lich playthrough might actually be fun. But and just think of all the amazing loot we would get from killing all of those wisps. Just think of all the loot we could get off of clearing out those wisps. They'd be so high level, and they'd just give so much loot. You have no idea how appreciative I am of the fact that the one enemy in the game that does exclusively light damage is also an enemy that does not leave a corpse and does not drop loot. That is so funny, actually. I love when you have, like, a scheme. Like, you have a scheme, and it just cannot work because of that one little bit. Do Priests of the Light... I think some of them do fire damage, don't they? Like, in the line? Don't some of them do fire and some of them do, I'm pretty sure some of them do fire. There's actually very few enemies that do exclusively self-damage in the entire series. Because I think when we were dealing with the Priest of the Light chain, I guess it might depend also on which Priest of the Light we're talking about, because there's multiple types of Priests of the Light. Okay, we are actually in a threatening position here. We have multiple of these Minotaur Kings in play, so they can double hit now that we don't have as much HP to play with. Wait, how'd you get eradicated, though? Nailed it. Because yeah, I think Priests of the Light have I think some of the lower tiers use fire damage. Who else uses... Like, almost no priests in the entire series actually use body or mind damage for their primary damage type. Most of them use electric damage. So... Monks use, like, a mixture of elemental types, but not any self-magic. But it would definitely be helpful for the bosses, because the bosses would definitely be incapable of harming us. But the other key thing is, if you had a setup like that, you have the one really major advantage that, like, you legitimately do not need two of the resistance types at all for anybody, which can be very valuable, I think. Physical? The Priests of the Light? Is that because of... which ones is this? Because there's multiple of them, right, I think? Like, there's ones in 7. I guess there aren't any in 6, right? We can take a look and see if they are here.
It won't fit.
We do have a good point, though. Do we want do we want to jump into insanity and see what we would do? Like, I feel like I'm pretty happy with Severia's setup. The one disadvantage that we have with Severia's setup is that I don't remember. You know, I wonder if there's a good way to mod portraits. Is there something equivalent to the thing there is in Baldur's Gate 2 where so they do a physical damage attack for their... Oh, wait, no. The physical damage is them hitting you with their stick, probably. Do the lower tier ones have Firebolt or something? Because I'm pretty sure that they just hit you with their stick if they're in melee range sometimes. A lot of the casters have a physical attack in 8. The way that like the apprentice mages and things like that work is very common in the thing. Let's see. So, like, their base attack is, like, a physical attack with their stick that I think... Here's the other thing. I'm pretty sure that their stick attack causes the projectile to come out. The projectile animation shows up anyway, even if they hit you with their stick. You can see it if you have a full Lich party. Well, I'm more looking for... I would love to have, like, a Femme Minotaur, though. Are we actually going to make a Minotaur if we're going into Insane? Given how squishy Ulrich... Well, I will be honest, though, actually. Kortal started out being fairly squishy, but is actually really quite tanky now. Like, Kortal is not easy to take down. It might make sense for me to keep the Death Knight as a thinger, because we will get the very strong elemental resistance, and Kortal has access to plate. Like, we have the plate, so I don't know. It might actually make sense to keep the Death Knight as a Minotaur. Yeah, because you have the plate, and you also have access to... which one is it? Is it Unholy? No, it's Frost, right? No. Oh, is there not? Yeah, it's Blood, sorry. So Blood reduces physical damage taken, right? So, like, you have multiple lines of defense that you wouldn't necessarily have otherwise. But if I was going to make a Ranger, if I'm making a Ranger and they're not a Minotaur, does that even... Okay, so here's the two things that we would be conceptually thinking about changing out, right? So I'm pretty happy with my Monk. I think that it's funny how long it's taken for us to finally get to GM and get Commoniton. We got Commoniton online, and we're thinking about ending this run and moving on to the next run within like 3 streams of getting Commoniton online. That is funny. But let's see here. So Death Knight's a given. I'm pretty content with the Monk. I think the Monk being there to maintain preservation is really good. Preservation won't be as strong as it is here. And let's see here. The party being more gear dependent wouldn't be a huge issue because we're getting like, what is it, like double the legendary drops or something like that? So the key question is, basically twofold. Is the paladin the best option for this slot, considering that we don't need light? We don't need light. So they do have GM plate and they have GM shield. They're very good. They have a lot. The question is there something else that I can do? Because I built this party with the presumption that I might need things like GM light, and I simply do not need it. So the question is, if I don't need that, can I swap out the paladin for something that's more valuable, or do I not need to because the setup is working well? I feel like a Seraph would be like less. I think they don't have as much of a pool to hold mana. I have way too many spirit spells that need to be memorized, because it has to be. We have to have someone who can specialize in spirit. There's so many spirit spells that need to be maintained at once. Like, we have to have Fate up, we have to have Bless up, we have to have Heroism up. That's already so much just on its own. So that would mean, yeah, but they can't dual wield, right? And the Spear GM is less of a critical thing if I have access to a dagger user who can peel off one physical resistance per hit with like 6 times as many attacks per round, you know? So like if you look at if you look at Ulrun right now, right? So we have 35 spear, and I don't know how much we're going to reduce this by per hit, right? But like, we have a recovery time of 110, right? So with a 110 recovery time, I mean, admittedly, some of that does come from the attack speed of the weapon itself. So some of that is from this. But we're still looking at about triple the attack speed. Right? Oh, that's with the axe and the offhand. Without the axe, we have a recovery time of 100, because spear doesn't escalate. So it's not terrible. It's not terrible.
Who needs it?
But
who needs it?
But the issue is that we lose the we lose access to too many buffs, I think. Right? Yeah, I accounted for that. So like, if you double, because the rogue has an attack of recovery time of 23 right now. With 23 recovery, like, we're looking at like a little. Let's just presume double. Let's just make it easier. Let's presume that this is the equivalent of having a recovery time of like 46. We're still hitting twice as many times as a spear would. And while that isn't necessarily enough on its own to make the spear not as valuable, once you propagate that across a few party members, the total amount of reduction that's coming from the spear relative to the amount of reduction that's coming from everyone else starts to even out. I don't know if it's ever going to get to the point where it's like moving in the other direction, right? But like I don't know that it matters that much, because for the really long fights, you're gonna zero it out eventually anyway. Because a spear user is incapable of hurting enemies. Like, to be clear, like, you're losing a fifth of your party's melee DPS. You're, like, fully losing out on one of your characters doing damage if you have them equipping with a spear. Right? Like, equipping a two-handed axe in this person's main hand gives them a 150% increase to their damage. Like, that's a 100... So that's 2.5 times as much damage from switching to dual axe. Like, it's a big difference, right? The damage output that we have on this character is a rounding error. My single wielding just sword paladin is doing more than the character that is offhanding a two-handed weapon. Let's see. Yeah, this is Infernos. This is also Infernos. So, but no, so the thing is that I agree that it's better to have a spear in theory to increase the party's DPS. It's a matter of whether it's actually more efficient when you factor in how huge a DPS loss it is to devote a slot to it, especially if you're taking away some of your mana pool to be able to make it happen, and it's on a character that doesn't get access to, like, if you have a spear on a knight is insane. Like, if you have a knight with a spear, they're going to be going ham with it. They're going to be doing damage and reducing the thinger. Because they have the speed. They have the speed to justify it, and they have the damage to justify it, right? I just find it very difficult to imagine someone using a single spear being like just being particularly valuable in the melee damage environment. And they're gonna get, with enemies that die fairly quickly, there's not even a guarantee they get a single attack in on a given enemy before the enemy dies. 5 hits from Severia will kill most things. And right now I get 5 hits to every 1 from Ulrin. But it's the overall balance of spears is something that's going to be interesting, seeing how that is affected as we move into a world where they don't have a purely unique effect that is as game changing as resistance reduction. Now that effect can be duplicated elsewhere, I am curious to see how big of a difference it makes. Obviously, if you have a party member who is not expected to do much themselves, and they exist as a means by which to propel other party members into the fore. So if you're looking to be a force multiplier on Severia, where it's like, Severia is my damage dealer, we're just force multiplying Severia. Doing the force multiplier on Severia makes a lot of sense. The other thing to bear in mind, though, is that let's take a look at my my list here. So we need to have 2 people who can cast elemental spells. And I don't know that we are going to replace a ranger. I think ranger might be one of them. And if we have a ranger in the party, we've already got the spear user covered, right? So, this is cool. I like how this gives a reduction to resistances that don't matter for the class that it's intended to be used by. I think that's pretty cool. Also good lore. The idea that it's these items have been cursed specifically and deliberately for the insurance that nobody else can use it. That's good. That's good lore. Would I swap out the ranger? The ranger is currently the weakest leak in terms of durability. But part of that is because they don't have a finalized item. I actually don't know that I would necessarily need to change that much. I'm actually very happy with the party overall. The only question really is the question of whether I would want to replace a paladin with something else. And I don't know that there is anything else that's going to give me the same kind of value I get at a GM Spirit in Mind. Right? Like, GM Spirit and Mind are both very good.
Who needs
Let's
it?
see. I love how this random one-handed axe that I have in my inventory is a 46% power upgrade over the spear. Yeah. I mean, spears are still very much only
Let's leave it
usable
behind.
for their proc. So, now, admittedly, that could change, right? That could be altered. Yeah, my goal is to have every buff in the game, right? My intention is to have every buff available to me, and this party makes that happen fairly adequately. And we're able to balance them pretty well. What other self users are there? I could, you know who I could bring. Well, I already have one, right? I already have a rogue, but weirdly, I could bring a vampire. I could bring a rogue and a vampire instead of bringing the paladin. If I brought a vampire, the vampire could probably take the role that I have Sortira doing. That could be interesting. You know what might be fun? Is a troll vampire. That could be cute. As like the party's primary healer. That could be fun. So class is vampire and race is troll. Vampire class, I think, do they get like expert regeneration, right? Or do they get mastery? So whichever, it's not that huge of a, I mean, it's a big difference, but for the purposes of my theory crafting, it doesn't make that big a difference. It would be a character that I could invest into regeneration with fairly strongly. We would lose out on immunity to body damage because we wouldn't have that character be a lich anymore. And I think we would get, mastery? Let's take a look. We are going to save this under saving melees. So let's take a look here. So if we go to Enroth, click on this, and go to Road to Insanity. Does this imply that there's going to be an actual insanity difficulty later?
Strength will prevail.
That now we have Road to Insanity and soon we'll have full insanity? Okay, so if we made a zombie troll... Do zombie trolls have the same benefits that the normal ones? Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. That checks out. Alright, where are we at? The wrong section entirely.
Hello. Great.
Okay.
I will conquer.
So, if we had a... If we have a vampire... A troll vampire gets access to GM. I like the idea of troll. The only issue is that I do want to have all of the buffs and I don't want to have any dedicated spellcasters. So I'm very hybrid focused, right? Where it's like, okay, this person can take care of a bunch of these random buffs. Like if you look at the spread on this party, everybody's mana bar is being heavily utilized. If I dropped the Lich King, if I dropped the Lich King from the party, then I would potentially have more access. But I feel like I'm utilizing a huge portion of my mana pool right now. And admittedly, I could potentially take more buffs off of people's plate later. But the issue with that is that currently I don't even have like the finger in play. And by doing things this way, I'm able to not have too crazy an investment in any of these individual skills, but still be able to get them up pretty high to get the scaling bonuses. Like getting one of these skills up to 50 to double the effect of these things is, I guess this doesn't double at 50. This is substantially less than that. This increases by 50% at 50. But this increases by 2% per skill level, right? So most of these are 2% per skill level. So at 50, they'll be double the value that they otherwise would be. And because being able to spread that across multiple party members so that I don't have to, like, have someone really, really far behind in their other stuff, I really have been enjoying. I like this, like, dedicated set where it's like you do fire and water, as an example. Do fire and water, do air and earth. Have each character handle one or two. And if I end up with a... like if I replaced the thief with a troll, like that doesn't even make sense. So I couldn't really replace the thief with a troll. I can't replace the ranger comfortably because I lose access to Lloyd's Beacon if I replace the ranger. Because I think ranger is probably the only like melee character that has GM water. Like I guess I could make like a shaman or something like that as well, but I don't want to lean into the shaman right now. We haven't been using that much of this character's mana, so we could dedicate a little bit more into them. It takes quite a while to promote the monk. What spells are you maintaining right now? You're maintaining pretty much just preservation, right? Like preservation and body resistance. And hammer hands. So preservation, hammer hands. And oh, by the way, is hammer hands supposed to be affecting all melee damage? Okay, 68k. Okay, was that fixed? Looks like that was fixed. Because before, I think that it was actually affecting everything. It was acting as like a double bless. Okay. Let's see. I didn't remember seeing it in the patch notes, so I was just like, wait a second. There's a thing that was happening. Okay. So yes. So basically, the buffs that we're maintaining with Kamanatin are, I think, the appropriate ones. So I'm just trying to think of, like, I love trolls. I'd love to have a troll in the party that's just like a straight up troll, because I think they're just a cool class. Nah, I guess I can't realistically make a troll unless I decided to change. Because, like, as an example, in this run, I actually used sword instead of mace, specifically because I was avoiding the paralyzed chance, because I just sort of like felt like it. I'm not a super huge fan of relying on the RNG, so I'm happy to do it if I have a troll. But I feel like it might make more sense if I was going to rebuild this to again like not go troll, just to avoid being able to just RNG my way through that way. So, like it's a cool idea, but it also interferes with my kiting as well. Regardless of the duration, it interferes with kiting, but it doesn't meaningfully interfere with kiting. But I always get impatient, and I know this about me. So if we picked a vampire, when do vampires get access to self? Do they get it off the bat? Let's find out.
They came.
They came from the depths of the void. Let's see. So if vampires get it off the bat, oh, they get GM Mind? Ooh, that's useful. Huh. I'm basically thinking about if I want to change anything about the party that I had there for the road to insanity. And I'm thinking about replacing the paladin with a vampire. Because I'm not using the paladin as a tank, really. Like, they're not achieving their primary function because of the fact that I'm building the party to be so generically tanky. And as a result of that, because it's like there's no problem with paladins conceptually, but I'm wondering if there's more that I can do with that slot than just giving me those specific buffs. And a vampire might achieve that goal. We need a lot of daggers. We need 4 daggers in the late game. But we would have access to GM regeneration. We would have 2 characters with... I think this might be fun. I mean, I need a lot of mirrors. I need a lot of mirrors, and daggers aren't exactly the highest, value. Yeah, I think that might be what I want to do, though. This form's also kind of interesting. I don't know how useful that would be in theory, but it would be kind of funny to do mist form on a lich, because then you have immunity to physical and light. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have someone who can use spears either way, because I don't think I can get rid of the ranger. The ranger is filling a very important role. So, because of the fact that I can get GM spear on them regardless, it's not even a factor that I need to worry about at the end of the day. And we can enter zones without worrying about this. Enemies spawned in them. This is interesting. We're gonna try some weird shit with this run. This run is gonna be very different than the last run. I think we're gonna try to do that like maximum thinger, but we're gonna see how things go. So let's start things off with. Do we want to make Komoniton, or do we want to make Korgrick? I think that the immunity to light is interesting, and I like it. But aesthetically, I prefer Korgrick. This doesn't mean anything to anybody unless Ash is in here. But I prefer aesthetically the idea, because of the fact that Komanatin is predominantly a healer. Komanatin being a monk makes sense. He's an unarmed combatant when he fights, and he's very good at it when he does. He's a very powerful character. But it's weird for him to only have access to Expert Body. To not have access to Greater Heal hurts me a little bit inside, right? So, not because of any balance issues or anything like that, just aesthetically that character should be able to heal better, so I should use a different character instead of Komanatin, I think. So I think we might go with Korgrick, because Korgrick, yes. So, party slot 1,
I will serve.
we're going to make Korgrick.
I want to me. Greetings. I will me.
Okay. All right, so Korgrick is going to be a troll monk. I think that that'll be a good idea. I think that having access to master regen is very useful. And I think that it's also just useful to do. Do we want to take leather immediately? Which of these is the most important one to take immediately? I chose Enroth, right? The most important skill to take off the back is probably leather. We won't have the extra HB for bodybuilding for a bit. We can get Staff Expert early, I think. I don't know how impactful it is, but we can get Staff Expert early. It's tempting to go with bodybuilding. I feel like bodybuilding is going to be a very critically important stat for everybody, but it doesn't cost that much to get bodybuilding, I don't think. So let's go with leather. Let's do it. I should look what the rules are for mastery of things, actually. That's a thing that I should do. We're not going to do it yet. We're going to do that after we've created our characters, and then we'll see if we've made mistakes. So, this character, we are going to make a vampire... What was it? Vampire troll, was it? Troll vampire, yes. So, we can bring Lyric, I guess. That's very funny that we're making two... It's very funny that we're making two trolls. Lyric, I think, makes sense. Kind of. Not. Doesn't make a super lot of sense, actually. Wait a second. It is a troll race vampire class. I'm thinking Lyric is not a good choice. Lyric is an elementalist. Lyric doesn't make sense as a troll dual wielder. There's a similarity in the vibe there. Lyric has kind of a bardic vibe, and daggers are a very like roguish thing, similar to bards, but it doesn't make that much sense. Both, yes, they're both troll race and vampire race and class troll and vampire. Sounds a little insane. Is this the portrait I want? Yeah, probably. This is fine. So they're even right next to each other. So who would I want this to be? If we're going with a Korgrick, I might have to just come up with this character, honestly, on the fly. Do we want proper fantasy names, or should I name them after frozen treats? Choose your path, Western man. We're doing a poll. We're doing a poll. It's gonna happen. Where's my mod view? Let's go. Let's see. There's a button for this, and I definitely remember what that button is. Let's see. How do we... Wait. The thing that I was looking for isn't here. Wait, it's not. It's not in the mod view. Wait. Let's back to okay, we go to the dashboard. And then click from there, we go to Stream Manager. And Stream Manager, ha ha ha, now we can do it. Now we can do it. Where is it? Manage goals, sub-only chat. Manage poll. Okay, let's see. New poll. Okay, we have a 1-minute poll starting now. There are 4 options to choose from. In theory. And I'm dropping things. It's fine. These are options for how I'm naming my characters. Am I naming them after fantasy characters? Which is mostly just going to be me drawing from characters that I, have in my head, and occasionally I'm going to run into a problem, like with my vampire troll, who is kind of similar to Lyric, but not really, and then I have to actually come up with a real name. Let's see. Let's go. Oh shit! We have a tie? We have a tie between fantasy and vegetables at the last second. Vegetables was winning the entire time. Within 3 seconds, we went from 0 votes for anything else to 2 votes for fantasy. So, the name scheme is fantasy vegetables. So, this character is a mandrake. Obviously. Right? Mind affecting, deadly mandrake, right? Is a mandrake a real plant? I think it is. Is it also a fantasy staple? Yes, it is. So we're going with mandrake. So this is mandrake. This is no longer Korgrick. This is no longer Korgrick. We have to come up with a fantasy vegetable that brings to mind the idea of a troll monk. So, what? This is a lot harder than I was originally intending, because what fantasy vegetables can I think of? Mandrake's the one really obvious one. I don't think ambrosia is even a vegetable, and that's a food product, not like a plant. Let's see here. What would you associate this? Maybe a tree. It does use staff, right? So let's because they're using a staff. They're a tank. They're durable. A sturdy tree is not a vegetable. Vegetables are not grown on trees. Vegetables are ground plants. So a brown root vegetable. We're coming up again with mandrake. Everybody's named mandrake. Shit. What? Old woo carrot. We could. It's not a terrible idea. Do we pun, or do we come up with a thinger? I feel like puns are a good idea. Woo carrot is pretty strong. I like Wu. I'm gonna go with Wu Carrot. Let's go. I'm not spelling it that way, but I'm happy to go with Wu Carrot. Also has red hair. Ooh, Munko Nut is pretty good too. I like that. Ooh, I like Munko Nut. But Munko Nut references the class. It doesn't represent fantasy more generally. So that's...
I will conquer.
It's great. Doesn't match the naming convention. Oh, I did. Coconut. Yes, I did read it wrong, but that is Wu-Tang Carrot. Okay. God, we have good news. I feel like Twitch is becoming like the whatchamacallit, we were just talking about them the other day. What are they called? The evangelist people. There's only like 1,000 of them that are going to heaven according to them. I don't remember. Jehovah's Witnesses. There we go. Let's see. So third character is this is the rogue. So I'm very content with Severia as she was. I think Severia was working fine. No notes. So Severia. Did I pass Severia?
Choose me.
Take me.
Okay, so Severia. Let's go. So Severia is a vampire thief. Easy peasy. We don't get access to elemental magic on this character for quite a while, but that's fine. Shadowberry. I don't hate it, but berries are not a vegetable. Berries are a berry. That's a fruit. I didn't have fruit on the list actually, so it's okay to mix it up a bit, I guess. Let's see here. Okay, if we've got Wu Carrot, Mandrake can be done. We can do better than this, right? We can do better than Mandrake. If we're coming up with a fantasy themed vampire troll, we can do better than Mandrake. If we're allowing puns. Oh, so Twitch gave me a message of saying, "Ooh, did you hear the good news?" And I'm like, okay. Okay. Let's see here. Right, we were going to take regen, and we could take either... Can you do Alchemy GM? Oh, you can also do Alchemy GM. Wait, can these... Ooh, vampires are only expert at disarm? That's interesting. I think I might take Alchemy GM. They're also an alchemist. The Mandrake allegations are not being beaten right now. Okay. I'm going to say what I have as a thing. We're not using it because it has associations that are not the associations that I immediately made. But we have Mandrake and we have vampires. Vampires famously come in clans. So Clandrake. We're not using it. Even if we don't spell it with a K, the association is too toxic. We could do Manpire, but doing Manpire removes the obvious association with the Mandrake, unfortunately. I feel like if we go with like... So yeah, I think that the association with the Mandrake is less obvious with Manpire as a pun. We don't have to go with Mandrake as a pun base, by the way, but we should come up with a pun name that has something... Some sort of vegetation. Ooh, is there some, like... Can we do something with asparagus? Though asparagus are in spears. Asparagus name, that should go to the ranger. We need to come up with a ranger pun for asparagus. So that's on the agenda for later. I was thinking asparagus, and I'm like, wait, no, those are literally spears, so we should associate that with the ranger who's going to get a spear. So, if we have a vampire and a rogue, we should definitely have a spear user. Like that character's DPS is now not a relevant factor. So, what do we want to do with this vampire? Nosferatu. Kinda works, but we already have a carrot pun. We don't need another carrot pun. Even though carrots are sharp. Let's see here. Nosferatu does have a lot of room to play with for puns, though, in theory. Let's see. Is there anything we can do with Nos? Oh! Oh, that's a fruit, not a vegetable. Do we count fruit? Do we count fruit? Because we do have... I did deny you on fruit, but I also didn't love it. Because we do have Nosferatu. But that has spear in it. That has spear in it, though. But this is the dagger user, though. It has, if I had, that's the problem, right? Oh, but it's no spear. Oh my god, it's no spear. No spear at you. Oh my god, it is brilliant. I love it. I love it again. We're sticking with it. Nosferatu is how it is. Whether you want to pronounce it no spear at you, whether you want to pronounce it as Nosferatu, whether you want to pronounce it as Nosferatu. However you want to pronounce it, I think all the pronunciations work. All the things work. We're doing it. There's no notes. 0 notes. This is it. This is it. This is the run. This is the best we could possibly do. This one, Severia. Famous little-known plant. No, we're not doing it. Okay. We need a blood-associated thing for Severia Kruer, right? Severia Kruer's name is Severia Kruer. It could be fun to bring Kruer in some way. Kruer is Latin for blood. I was lazy with the surname. Severia doesn't have a surname in my head. Severia is just Severia. So the surname was something that I needed to invent at some point. But yeah. So I just went lazy. I just Googled Latin for blood. I'm so clever. This is an insight into the writing process for all writers. Well, I was trying to come up with a name, and it was hard. So instead of coming up with a name, I just stole from Latin. Every fantasy author. That's not true. Sometimes they steal from Tamil or something. There's all sorts of places you could steal your names from. Okay, so we have a thief who is also a dagger user. Let's see. Instead of going with the rogue angle or the vampire angle, I do like the idea of going with the blood angle. We could go with a knife angle, because a dagger and a chef's, knives are like cooking tools. So it's the association is there, but oh wait, no, we're not doing cooking though. We are doing plants. It is specifically plants, specifically edible plants. Mandrake, debatable whether that's edible, but alchemy. With the power of alchemy, So, let's see. Cruoran Shreps Supreme. No. We're not taking that. We're not taking that. It doesn't meet the requirements. It's not a vegetable. The Crunchwrap Supreme is not a vegetable. Let's see. Shadowberry. Is there a way we can take Shadowberry? Because I think Shadowberry also fully works with this character, right? The dynamics are there. So if we want to go with something along those lines, we need to add at least one more pun. It needs to be dense. How do you spell varicose veins? What is that word? Let's see. What is it? Is it varicous? It's varicose is varicose. So what does varicose mean? So varicose is the actual. I was wondering about that. So a varicose has vein built into it. So is very. Is very as a root vein. No, very just means diverse. Yes, I know that. That's look. Don't mind me. So why are they called varicoses then? Is it coast that means vein? Because they're also called varicoses, which imply it means enlarged. That's not that interesting. Varices in the scrotum are known as varicocele. And those around the anus are known as hemorrhoids. I didn't know that hemorrhoids were varicose veins. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought varicose veins were a legs thing. I presumed that it could be elsewhere, but that it was mostly like a leg thing that was tied to the fact that the legs are on the bottom. But that's interesting that it can be in other places and we don't call them that. So, do we want to go with something? Because berry and very are close. So, we could do something like shadow varicose. Don't mind me. Look, they can't all be winners. They can't all be Nosferatu, okay? I'm not sure. Well, you can heal up your reanimate targets. Like you don't have to leave them at low HP. If you heal up your reanimate target, then they can be very strong. Well, yeah, you can kill a wave, you reanimate a thing, you fully heal it, and then you yell at it to get it in range of the next monster or whatever. I don't know how well that works later on, obviously. Let's see here. What do I Well, who asked you not to be able to heal for 4K at level 40? That's my question. And I think it's a legitimate. What do we want to call this character? They're going to be disarming traps. Ooh. There's jackfruit. There's jackfruit. Can we do something with jackfruit? There has to be like a blood-related word that ends in "ack," right? Could do durian. Any of like the spiky fruit. Because of the daggers. You know what? We're actually going to do it. Unless this is my threat to the viewers, is that if no one can come up with something better than Shadow Barracos, I'm going to do it. I'm crazy. I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay. So we have a vampire here. Do we know what merchants can get? What merchant vampires can get up to? Because I can only get up to master with thief, and I'm wondering if I want to do it as the thief again or if I want to do someone else. Did we get disarm? We did not because we can't use it. Wait, why did that not save? Okay. I'm just like threatening chat now.
Hello.
This has got to be against TOS.
Please.
Threatening people with
I'm your
bad naming conventions.
Pick me.
Okay, so
I'm your man.
Pick me.
fourth slot was our Death Knight, so this is going to be Cortal.
Pick me for
And Cortal, I think I'm gonna stick with the Minotaur. I think that the Minotaur Death Knight is working well for me. They're keeping up in the DPS. They're providing decent durability.
Choose me.
I think that we're keeping Cortal. Now, is Cortal going to be named Cortal? Absolutely not. We're coming up with a different name here. But we do have the Minotaur Death Knight, which is somewhere. There we go. Let's give them the two different types of magic. This will give them a nice little boost to their base damage. Clear guidelines for my tires. I don't think that that's... you need to shorten that down. That's too long to fit into the thing here. I cannot put clear guidelines for my tires into this slot. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and veto that right now. We were able to work with Shadowberry. I will say we have too many fruit. We need more vegetables. Vegetables were demanded. So this character dual wields two-handed axes. This is like brute force, okay? This requires the King of Fruit. We have to make something out of durian, right? Right? So, that's a fruit, though. Damn it. What's a vegetable? Dude, vegetables, what are they? Cabbage? Cabbage is a vegetable. Cabbage has a big head. Minotaurs can't wear helmets on their head, which is a cabbage. But in order for something to be a vegetable, it has to be edible. So if it's deadly, it needs to be deadly because you hit someone over the head with it. Ripperoni. Right, like vegetables have to... Vegetable is a culinary term, specifically. So unless you can make... It has to be a vegetable. Or an edible fruit. Occasionally. Let's see here. I don't want to go durian because we need to do it. We need to do a vegetable. So we have broccoli. Broccoli? Huh? Choppoli is also top tier. Do we want broccoli? Which is a weird way of pronouncing what I've written there, but it's the correct pronunciation. Or do we want choppoli? I like both. We're definitely doing one of the two. Let's see here. Do we want speed? No, we're going max endurance for everybody. We need to have endurance for everybody that can get it. We're actually going to go endurance over anything else for this character as well, because they don't have enough stat points to invest into might and max out endurance. And I'm actually going to reorient these. We want to have max endurance because we're going to die so much. It is important. Okay, broccoli. And who was the last one? The last one is the ranger. So, we now have the serious question before us. Our ranger is probably going to be dual wielding a spear and something else. Wait, can they get master? You vote for Drac. That wasn't one of the options.
Pick me. Choose. I'll be. Hey, you got it. You ready? You want? Don't choose me. Please choose.
How about me? How about me?
Okay, I think you know what actually makes sense to me. We can get master sword. How are we with shield? It's not even on the list. So. Is there another elemental user? Not really, no, right? Like, we could hypothetically use something like a shaman. Let's see. I mean, if we don't have any other votes, then I am happy to go with Chopley. I'll switch it over to Chopley if we have at least two people voting for it, presumably the person who said it in the first place, as well as the one up from Celestial. Like just because I am pretending not to understand what you're saying doesn't mean I'm not actually understanding what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'll make the change now, because if I don't make the change now, I will forget about it, though. I am very proud of broccoli, though. I will say. I think it's very funny. All right. Now, our ranger is going to be... We don't know what we want our ranger to do. We have...
You have to choose me.
You need a strong warrior like myself.
Choose me.
I'm your man.
Choose me.
How about
Pick me.
Choose me.
What do we want? So this character is probably not going to do a ton of damage. Do we want to make this character the Lich? Making the Ranger the Lich makes a lot of sense. It's a purely defensive choice. It improves our mitigation capacity by a pretty considerable margin. Doesn't have the side costs that you end up with if you go with... I think this is the play. Because of how little damage we were doing with our Ranger, we need to figure out which character... Do we want... Okay, what style of Lich do we want? So we have...
I'm ready. You have to.
I want to pick.
Choose me.
We have, I believe,
Choose me.
mask, femme, short mask, and short femme. And those are our options. I do kind of like the fact that this portrait, I'm going with this one. The fact that there's nothing here, there's just this giant gaping hole, I think is great. So we're going to go with this one. So this is going to be our ranger. And they'll have axe, and they will eventually be able to use spears, but they don't need to use spears immediately. They're going to be using chain. We can pick up Arms Master if we want. That does give us damage right off the bat, so we might as well. And we'll pick up Bodybuilding, because that saves us money. So do that. You have your Water and Body. I think that's correct. Disarm from the bat. Merchant off the bat is going to reduce the cost of picking up the other skills. I think that's a good idea. We have Regeneration and Alchemy. Alchemy is not... I don't need Alchemy. Do we need Mind Magic off the bat, though? Do we need it? I don't know that there's a ton of utility in picking up Mind Magic off the bat. It would give us access to meditation, which would be useful for the healers. So yeah, let's pick up, because of the fact that we don't need Alchemy for quite a while. Let's pick up Mind Magic. That'll allow us to cast Meditation early, I think. Unless is Meditation an expert spell now? I don't remember what it is. It used to be the most basic spell, but that was in Might and Magic 6. It was removed in the later games, and then it got re-added for this mod, I think. So I don't know what it replaced, but let's see. Bodybuilding, Arms Master. I think that makes sense. We are maxing... That's not the right stat. Maxing out Endurance. We're following that up with Might. For the early game, I think that's a very good idea. We're going to start out with really garbage weapons, so that just like this flat damage modifier from Might is going to make a huge difference until we find our first weapon in the wild. Okay, so... Hear me out. We have a Spare Corpse. We have a Lich. So, this is... Oh! Alternatively, a Spare Cask. Because I think people put bodies in casks as well. So that's a possibility. So possibility is cask or corpse, which I'm not sold on either of those options. But a Spare Corpse came to me immediately as I started thinking about this. We have S. There is a Spirit Corpse. I did see that. Do we want to reuse Spear? Because one character is no Spear, and this character is a Spear? God, we have to do it, right? I was thinking, oh, do we want to reuse Spear, though? And Asparagus comes in spears. And this character is going to be the Spear user. A Spirit Corpse? It's an option. Can we do better on the corpse angle? Because I feel like corpse doesn't match with Gus very well. Like, corpse is a really meaty... It's a real meaty... what's the word? It's the thing. The number of... Corpse has one of them.
a spirit corpse has 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Whatever it is. Anyway, it's syllable. Corpse is meatier than Gus. So is there something we can do to make corpse better? I do kind of like a Spiralick, honestly. Like, spelling Lich the normal way, but Lich in the original German is just pronounced Lick. So it actually, Lich doesn't match the naming convention as well. Lick does. So I think that, like, as a thing, I honestly kind of prefer Lick. That makes it sound a lot dirtier, though. I'm not going to lie. A Spiralick kind of sounds dirty, which isn't terrible, but, like, it's not the intention. It's not the intended purpose. So it would sound that way. Obviously, it wouldn't look that way because it would just be spelled Lich. But we might go with a Spirit Corpse if I can't think of anything else and nobody else has any options. Because I think the Spear, the synergy between the non-Spear user and the Spear user, especially because the person who's not a Spear, no Spiratu, is is also the party slot that there was contemplation of having a Spear in. I just want to point that out, that this is the party slot that we were contemplating the idea of using a Seraphim. Oh? Okay. What kind of wrong are we talking? Okay. We need to hear what this wrong one is, because we might be able to make it right, or it might be exactly the right kind of wrong. Cornucopsia. Cornucopsia. I like it. But I don't think that this is the right character for that necessarily. Particularly good for a light magic user who can cast Create Food. I don't think that's that bad, honestly. That just seems normal to me. Cornucopsia is just a solid. That's just a solid pun name. Wait, a spirit like what is? Oh, geez, it's from the game. The what is that guy's name? Iratus? Oh, is that what that the angle that's going there? I wasn't sure what the Atus was. Okay, I like that angle. Other note to add to that, because I fully didn't parse it originally. Also, there is a game called Iratus Lord of the Dead that involves a lich. So the protagonist is named Iratus and they're a lich. So it's actually, this is like a very this is a name that has a lot of puns built into it that I like. I like that. We'll go with that. Bodybuilding Arms Master. We're on Road to Insanity. Dodging Unarmed Staff and Leather. Mind Regeneration. Nosferatu. Wu Kerot. Shadow Bear Ghost. I make good on my threats. Though, actually Cornucorpsia kind of works for our Undead Thief too. We would need to workshop it. Do we try to workshop Cornucorpsia to be a little bit more in line with our Undead Thief? Or do we stick with Shadow Barricos because I am, if nothing else, a man of my word, despite the fact that I lie all the time? We have Choppily, the Death Knight, Axe Plate, Water Body. I like it. A Spiritus. That's good. I like it. Let's see. I like Shadow Barricos just because of it tells a story. It tells a story of, no, we're doing vegetables, not fruit. Into, wait, vegetables are hard, let's do fruit. Into, can we make this better? Into, okay, I've made it worse. And unless chat can fix it. I like the history of it. We're sticking with Shadow Barricos. This is what we're going with. Okay, so we've got everybody set up, I think. It sounds bad. It's not good. I took something that makes sense and works as a pun and turned it into this, like, monstrosity. And I'm way too proud of it. One might say that my sense of enjoyment of this is unnaturally enlarged. One might say varicose, in fact. Okay. We're doing it. We're starting things up. Okay. We are going to save the game. We're not saving under there. We are saving under... let's just save under... You will go with... Insane Melee. Okay. So... We've got Woo Carrot, we've got Nosferatu, we've got Shadow Barricos, and Choppily and Espiritus. So, everything's going great. We have a two-handed... oh my god! We have a two-handed Axe of Darkness. It is fate. This is... We chose correctly. We chose correctly. If we had not kept Shadow Barricos, let's go. We made the right decision. We made the correct decision. The game is telling us. We have a Divine Pearl Ring of Doom! This is a Doom! Plus 5 to all stats is so crazy at level 1? Okay. I don't know who's going to get this. We'll see who gets this based on what other nonsense we have. Okay, we have a non-magical poleaxe. Now, I will say, this is very funny, but also, like, I'm going to replace this in seconds because this is 3d6 damage on insane difficulty. I'm not going to be able to get any use out of that. But, let's see. We have this. Half damage from all missile attacks is not bad. Prevents damage from falling. Honestly, with me, that seems pretty useful. 2d12... Not 2d12, 2d6 fire damage. Not bad, actually. 2d6 fire damage is pretty good. 10 might and endurance. Endurance plus 5 and regenerate hit points over time. Are you is the loot that drops at the start antique? Remove fear? Can is this a thing? Why is this an antique? Is this a bug or is this a feature? Oh my god. We've got another antique here. Is this something that can only happen with a book that spawns in, maybe?
Like, I'm actually curious if this is like tied into the original code. Is that a new thing, or is that a bug of some sort? That was like, oh my god, 2d12 damage. Nope, that's not 2d12. That's 46. 46 damage. I swear, and +3 identify item. So I actually do have a serious question. On insanity mode, is the loot that you're gonna get at the start, like, is that subject to like whatever the adjustments are to like the likelihood of getting good shit? So like, are you more likely to get the crazy shit at the start of Insane? Because that is wild. That I cannot. This is I think this is actually the craziest start that I've ever had. The +3 ID item is hugely important. Like, this is such a big deal to get. There's so much stuff in the early game that you can't identify until you get like prohibitively large amounts of skill points into identify item. I didn't get starting experience or gold either. Wait, what? I mean, hey, didn't I get starting gold? The answer is no, because you think I'm getting rid of my antique remove fear? This shit is staying in my... I'm going to put this in Harmondale Castle. This is too good. I can't get rid of that. I need to hold on to that. Everyone needs to hold me to that. I have to remember that needs to stay in my inventory. Let's see here. Yes, I'm pinning the responsibility for that on you all instead of me. Okay, so... You have mind. You can cast meditation. Let's see. We have this thing. Who's the squishiest target? Is it Nosferatu? It's probably Nosferatu. But who is the loneliest number? You don't have armor. So this makes sense. We're going to give you this because we don't have armor on you yet. We'll give the +3 might to you because you weren't... 33%? Holy shit! Yeah, it makes such a huge difference being able to actually afford that. Oh, right. Oh, right! Okay. I'm actually going to give this to you. And then this one I think we can give to your friend. Then everyone will have a baseline of like 40. Or pretty close to it. Once we tag the fountain. This is gonna be easy. Fast forward 10 minutes. See how easy it is. Fast forward 10 minutes. See how this is going in 10 minutes, right? Okay. It's not going to take 10 minutes, I don't think. Okay, that's the HP fountain. This one is the strength fountain. We have 1,700 gold now. Why do I have 1,700 gold now? Yep. Did I have 1,700 gold before? Okay. Alright. Because I just realized that, like, I didn't start with starting gold. Level 32 required Claymore. Nice, nice. I can definitely make good use of that. Definitely going to be able to make good use out of that. We are going to start things off by diving the chest over here. Seeing if we can find anything nice over here. Where's the chest? It's right there. Do we have to get in combat range? I don't think so. Okay. Is one skill enough for you? Yes.
I can't identify it.
We cannot identify leather armor with 4 skill. We have 2 skill. We don't have 4 skill. Right. Do we... No. That's fine. I think we're going to turn in the letter first. Question? Okay, no. First things first, we're going to fight these.
So, we're going to fight our way through this initial setup. We should be able to fight them without them being able to do anything. Oh my god, did you just jump at me? What the hell's happening? Okay, that's fine. This definitely isn't a sign, a portent of things to come. Okay, see? It was fine. See, you all were scared for no... Oh, right, and the last time that I went on insane mode, didn't I also get a legendary immediately? I just remembered that the last time we started the caster run and immediately got a legendary. I don't know what's going on with my luck, but it is good. I'm having very good luck with my my insane runs. I was like, okay, you know, we've used our good luck on the meme run, the caster run, right? So now we're gonna just have normal, you know, RNG and everything for this run, and then nope, that is not how it's gonna go. Actually, okay, we can't identify shit. Do we have the ability to get enough? Whoa, so close. We need 18 more XP to level up the first time. Does turning in the letter give us anything? I don't remember.
Hello, come on in.
Okay. Okay, that doesn't give us anything. Gain 2 levels in Night Magic 6. Let's dive over this way first. I don't want to invest too deeply. Oh, that's a problem. We're gonna die. I don't even have I don't have a healer, do I? Oh shit. Oh no, I can't stay here. Our back is exposed. Our back is exposed. It's fine. It's fine. We can clear through these before the others arrive. They're so slow. They're slow. They have no shot. How are we this lucky, actually? Like, actually, though, this is crazy good luck. We even got good luck with the attacks from behind. They didn't attack us very much at all from behind. Okay, we need to take out this one, because it's in a bad position. Oh, no. Don't like it. Don't like that one bit. Okay. Okay, we can luckily just take these out pretty fast. Are we on the right difficulty setting? Can we check them? So, sure. Give me a sec. You want me to just, like, give you hand off the save? Okay.
Beats me.
Give me a second. Also, I want to check the... String power is set to Ma, which I assume is correct. Just give me a moment, and we'll save once we're in the green. Alright, we don't lose the XP to being unconscious, correct? Correct. Okay, what is bugged? The enemies are not actually having the correct amount of HP and hitting me correctly? Oh no! Okay, so give me a second. We will do a save under danger. Luckily, is it possible that we'll be able to actually fix this while still retaining what the actual start was in terms of the opening gear? Yeah, I was like, there's no way this is the right difficulty, right? Okay, give me a second. And where are my saves at? Data files. Is it data? Where is it? Saves. Shit, which save is it? Is it the first save? Did I just save it in the first slot? No, I saved it under danger. Give me a second. I'm going to save it under tests because I actually have the initial save. Oh wait, you can fix it on the save. Should I instead of handing you this save, hand you the saving? Load up this save, which is at the very beginning, and then we can fix it from the start. That makes sense. Let's do that.
Oh yeah, the autosave. Yeah, the autosave. Let's go with the autosave. 100%. The autosave, everything should already be loaded in, right? So, I don't know why it didn't occur to me to give you the autosave. Okay. Autosave. Copy that. Paste it into... yeah, I'll just send this directly. That's not how that works. Isn't it though, actually? Why was it not? Oh, because I can't do it that way. I have to actually do it this way. I'm thinking I can just copy paste, and I can't. I have to just drag it over. Okay, I have... Has that been sent? No, I have to actually... Okay, I didn't press enter. I have sent the autosave over. That's so funny. I was like, this can't be right. That thing hit me for like 20% of my max HP. I'm so strong now. All that endurance is really paying off, right? Because my characters do have a lot of endurance, right? So it wasn't that insane to me, the idea that like the level 1s would be maybe like less intense than I was expecting. And I felt like I was hitting pretty hard, so I'm like, I don't know how crazy insane is in terms of like the actual stat changes or whatever. So that's funny. Okay, so let's load this back up, just so that we have something to look at in the background. That's interesting. Why did it not work correctly? Did I just fail to do the thing, maybe? You know what it might be? It might be that it looked at the top. Is there a way to see what difficulty I'm on? Is bolstering power... Is let me see, because I felt like I could see it in the menu, right? So maybe because when I hit new game, well, I just broke something there. Whoops. I'm wondering if maybe it looked like it was set to the right thing because it was saved from the previous time that I had set it up there, but it wasn't actually set. Like, it looked like it was on Road to Insanity. I'm pretty sure it said that at the top. But it might be that it only looked like that because I came back into it. So it might not have actually... The UI and the actual thing behind the UI might have been disagreeing there. That's the thing that I would make the assumption of. Oh, you know what we can do? What we can do is we can actually just... We only have like a little bit, right? So we can actually load up the caster save. Is this the right one? Were we on caster nonsense? Oh, never mind. I guess we're... So did it just like get put in the wrong thing accidentally? It's just like I basically had screwed up the creation and created it in the wrong difficulty setting. Alright. Oh! I forgot to close and reopen the game. I think that was mentioned the last time that I started up one of these, wasn't it? You did mention that the last time. So sorry about that. I should have actually remembered that was something that I was told. Okay. So, this is a different... This is interesting.
So we still have all the same stuff, but this is legendary now. That's so funny. I think something might have gone wrong in the transition. That's so fucking funny that this is a legendary. Oh my god. I mean, I won't be able to use it for 170 levels, but, you know. Okay, so, you know, that's... Do we think maybe we should just start a new game? Actually. Or should we keep going with the load to element? What does that mean? Load to element. Okay, give me a second. Alright. Oh! Okay, load to element. Okay. This is correct. This is correct. That's really funny that this turned into a legendary when I loaded the autosave. Oh, man. Okay, so my save 1 is called... Yeah, this is save 0 now. I'm a dope. I copied that over and just didn't notice. So that's interesting. So that was just me loading the autosave. So there was some sort of like baseline that was getting messed up when I loaded the autosave, because that stuff was already pre-generated, right? So the level was just pumped by like 150 for some reason. Oh shit, we also start with the money. Interesting. I'm curious about that. That was really funny. So this should be legendary if it's level 150, but we got it really early. You know, I have so there's got to be something going weird with the right. The other one. Okay, so right, this one was 3. This is plus 4. With loading that autosave. That autosave is confused. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that I could see how that would be something that could cause a few problems in theory. So we still have our antique. We didn't lose the antique. Let's see. And I think everything should be loaded in the same, right? In theory, I think everything should be pretty much identical because we had already loaded into the map. So like all the items and stuff should be the same items that we picked up the first time. Like the chests and everything will be already filled. Okay, you have lifesteal. You're gonna get regen, you're gonna get regen. You're gonna get regen. Everybody's gonna get regen almost, except for you. I think that we're gonna give the Lich this item. Wait, are you the one with the +5 to everything? You are. Do I want to... No, because we got the +10 for you. Ooh, do we actually want to give that to Chopley? Nah, Chopley has built-in lifesteal and stuff. So, once we have invested a little... Let's... Oh. We're gonna call it test again. Just because that's I don't have a name. I don't have a name, and you know, why not just call it test? Oh, we also have to start out with 2,000 experience. Convenient. So, the fact that that has a capital T is going to confuse me for the rest of my days. Oh, is this a different spawn, though? Because this had a king in it before. I guess the spawn would have to be different, though, actually, because it's,
On Insane, the spawn parameters are different, right? So I guess no, the spawns are probably different. Would be my guess. Okay. That looks like a much larger HP bar. Oh, the spawns aren't from Insane. But wasn't there a king here? Oh no! Are we just gonna have to make a new game because it's way more complicated to work with our antique than it is to make it work here? Because like it's supposed to be a minimum. Like the minimum is like half of the maximum now, right? Instead of being like 1 to X. All right, let's do it then. Let's do it. That's fine with me. So we will save this somewhere safe. Under, yeah. Let's just do it. We'll just exit out of the game. We'll just plop it in correctly. So this is this will be called Antique Remove Fear. Was it Remove Fear? What was it? I think it's Remove Fear. Remove Fear. So we're exiting the game completely. We are reloading the game. We're opening up. We're hitting the new game button. We're going to Enroth. We're going here. We're clicking these buttons all the way up to Road to Insanity. We're then saying hello to... Who was it that was in first? It was Korbrick, who turned into Nosferatu? Was it? No, Nosferatu is the next person. So they turned into... Oh god, what are my names? Woo Carrot. Woo Carrot first. We spent so long on the later characters that... Oh, this is... We're going for a while, that's fine. It's fine. We'll get there eventually. Get there eventually. We've definitely not passed everything 3 times. I have to click the button. Nailed it. That looks correct. Okay, we're gonna get there. Don't even worry about it.
I will serve me.
Woo Carrot. There we go. Woo Carrot. Okay. Done. You are not going to be a troll, though. You're going to be a monk with staff and leather, I believe. That was so funny. That whole sequence was great. I cannot believe that we got a legendary. Okay. So, Nosferatu. And... Nope. Okay, max this out. You're done. Take Mind Magic and Regeneration, question mark. Is Regeneration what do we want? We took Leather before. Regeneration, I think, costs just as much as Mind Magic. Maybe we should do... no, we'll start with Mind Magic because we might get our Antique again. If we get our Antique again, then...
Take me.
Pick me.
That would be very funny. So this is the 2 vampires, I believe. So we're starting with...
My strength will prevail.
No, you are one of the vampires already. Nosferatu. So this is the first. This is the vampire.
You won.
I can help.
Who is Shadow Barricos, who has maxed out endurance. Okay, Shadow Barricos is going to start with Mind Magic, and... No, what am I thinking? It's the wrong person. Okay, so this Shadow Barricos is a thief. Okay, I really need to look over all of what I've done here because at some point I'm going to realize that I fucked up. Okay, so Disarm Trap and Merchant is what I think I had for this character. So Shadow Barricos is set. No Spiratu. No Speratu, I should say. Call me Ishmael.
Choose me.
And who was this? This was Choppily. Choppily would be Minotaur.
Choose great. I can be helpful. Great. Let's do it. I can be helpful. Great. Let's do it. Choose me for your quest. Great. Let's do it.
I'm not gonna lie, this Minotaur does look slightly more undead. But which one of them looks more like broccoli?
Choose me. I can be helpful.
You look more like broccoli, because broccoli browns eventually. Presumably. I don't think I've ever seen broccoli that's withered. Does when actually this looks kind of. Let's go with. We'll make this Choppily. Okay, this is because of the fact that we get double on the. Wait, you're the wrong. Okay, Death Knight, water, body, done. Thief, vampire, monk. I think.
Here I am.
There we go. And this was. Who is a ranger? Yes. Yes, you're a ranger. Okay, we're pumping endurance. And then we'll do a secondary pump of might to get that up to as high as we can get it. And how are we doing? I think we're set? Question mark? Did I fuck anything up? We're on road to insanity. So we should be set. Okay, let's see if everything loaded in correctly this time. We have the amount of money that we're supposed to have. We have the amount of experience we're supposed to have. Let me look at an enemy. These peasants. That peasant has a lot of HP. Why does Maria not? That's interesting. Maria is very squishy. They're not. They're at very different HP values. Huh. Okay. I guess the different tiers of peasants are probably... Oh my god! Okay, well, I guess I don't have to worry about disarm. I got a disarm ring off the bat. Is that 2d1 damage? I wonder how much damage it'll do with the D1. That's good. We have crude leather armor. We have that. We have a non-antique remove fear. I guess we can just use it. And we have 6% earth resistance. That's something. And we have a unenchanted two-handed axe. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. No, this is the character that needs that. The person with the lowest base damage needs it because of the flat bonus. That's so funny. Oh my god. The difference between these rolls could not be bigger. Oh, that's too good. No, I don't actually. I need to. Wow.
Hello, come on in.
Yeah. I guess I'll grab your quest or whatever. Hey man, life is good. You know, It's fine. Okay, let's get the... Can we get that? I guess we can. Let's see, Blades and Undershirt. That doesn't exist anymore. For bodybuilding, meditation. Let's ask about your quest. We can get the Guild of the Self membership, Elemental Guild membership. It's not 10 o'clock yet. We need the key. So let's save this. Let's see how long this takes to clear these out with my very different armor, or very different weapon set that I have here. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna be here a while. This is funny. Well, we're gonna be here for 3 minutes because we're doing to end stream soon. That's too funny. God, I'm legitimately so happy. That is. We randomed the best set of things in human history. That was such a good roll. It was so good. We got such crazy stuff. And one of them was such a low roll that it was a legendary in disguise. It wasn't actually a legendary disguise. It was too low level to roll as a legendary, so when its base level got set to higher, it was a legendary at that same value. But, it was a potential legendary that rolled at a low level. But you know what that means? We got a whole lot of garbage. Everything that we got rolled, everything that came into our system in the weakest place it could possibly be. And that's beautiful for us, because what that means is that all of this garbage... No, the book isn't silly again. We don't have anything good. Nothing good on this roll. That's not true. We have the disarm ring, which is a very big help, actually. The disarm ring is going to mean that I don't have to, pray that I can unlock things. The disarm ring is actually legitimately quite good. But we got, no good weapons. We got nothing, right? So, in terms of, actual usable equipment, the starting gear was trash. But the starting gear doesn't need to be any good. It's starting gear, and it's always going to be the important stuff. Because we got the Axe of Darkness, and that was funny or whatever. But it is also
I don't know this. I can't identify.
No matter what, it's going to be a level 1 item. So a level 1 Axe of Darkness is actually not very good. It's not useful because you're gonna phase yourself out of it immediately anyway.
I don't know this.
So I think that it's very funny that went the way that it did, and we've now looted this. We can now go to the town hall to get the key, which is actually very important. We'll grab the key, and then we will then we'll move on to other things.
I need your help.
I'm actually curious if... Unfortunately, Malika is not going to come back before we end stream. Are we going to clear anything else? Do we want to fight our first boss, a Polar Goblin King? Just because it took so long for us to set up, because I screwed up the setup. Let's do it. We'll just fight these. Oh, hello. Oh, I'm really lucky that you were missing all your attacks. I might be in trouble here. Oh, yeah. We don't want... We cannot allow any of the... Did we already grab the quests?
I need your
Wait, did we grab the wrong one? Yes, we grabbed the wrong quest. Ruffian. Tuesday. Do we... It's 1 o'clock. I think that it makes the most sense to actually end here. So we've gone from a very blessed run to a very normal run. This is a normal slate of gear. Some of this stuff is a little weaker than, not some of it. Overall, I think that most of this is, a weaker overall. I didn't even equip anything on you. Whoops.
I think it's overall a weaker roll than is standard. Obviously, having a one-handed axe is not optimal, but it's not really a big deal. And we'll be able to very quickly start accumulating gear, I think. This is the... on this difficulty, it should be like crazy gear real fast, I think. So let's take a look at the thing, or I think you can check it here, right? This says Doom, in which I don't think it's supposed to say... Well, I don't know if it's supposed to say Doom. It might be supposed to say Doom. But my assumption is that we are on the right difficulty setting. Is there a way to check that somewhere? I feel like there should be a way to check that. I feel like I've checked it in the past. I think I checked it with that thing before, though, right? Is it under settings, maybe? Nope. Let's see. Check trainer. Oh, that's a good call. Excellent call. Yes. So let's go to one of the elemental trainers. And these cost 1,000 according to them. Is that correct? Is the expert trainer supposed to cost that much? Or is it supposed to be more than that? Well, so I need to, oh right, so I would need to get it up to 4. I can technically do that. Let's confirm that we're on the correct difficulty setting. All we have to do, I think, is... No? I don't need to have the 4 skill. Because won't it just say you don't meet the requirements? Because this text, I don't know if this... Right? Because I don't know if that text is tied to the actual mechanics there. If the text is not...
How about some training?
If the text is meant to be changed...
Okay.
Then give me a second. We don't need to save this, so... Oops, I need to. There we go. You need to... So it now says this. This message didn't show up when I had 1 skill, though. So... Yeah, this is what you were looking for, but for some reason it wasn't showing up until I had higher than 1 skill, which that's obviously a bug. That should show up immediately, right? But that does mean that we are on the correct difficulty setting, and we're in good shape, I think. So we need 10 grand to get to expert. We need 8 skill to get to expert. We'll think about how we're going to prioritize our party in terms of that kind of stuff once we have come back to this tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to sort of just figuring out what I'm going to get the different masteries in. It's going to take a while before we get up to master in anything. And I'm very curious to see how the run goes. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure to train for you today. And I hope to see you again next time when we will be starting to tackle the vegetable run. Later, folks.